Yes, you do.
Okay, silence. He'll be up here later. Saturday's 10 to.
Okay, good morning. I'm Dan Watson. I chair the.
Minute, just a second. Just a second.
Morning, I'm Dan Watson. I chair the commission, and I will ask my colleagues to introduce themselves, starting to my right. You.
Jeffrey Rushlow, former district attorney and retired judge.
Dr. Anthony Ng, psychiatrist in Bangor, Maine.
Toby Dilworth, lawyer in Portland, Maine.
Helen Gorman, retired judge.
Paula Silsby, retired federal prosecutor.
Deborah Bader, retired forensic psychologist.
And our staff, and
Ann Jordan, executive director. And sitting here is Brian McMaster.
Brian McMaster will be seated next to her. And he's one of our investigators. Jim Osterreiter will be appearing later on. He'll be the third one. There's Brian, in case you don't know him. I want to begin today by describing the slightly different process that we're going to be using today as compared to some of our prior hearings. At the point we contacted people who were in the Army Reserve, many of them were willing to appear voluntarily, but recognized that they needed written authorization from the Army to do so. And so they were unable to commit. So we issued subpoenas, and in accordance with the law that we provides for our use of subpoenas, there's some things that flow from that. Number one is that the testimony will be under oath. And so I will administer the oath to the witnesses. And we have a court reporter, and the witnesses will be provided with a copy of their testimony. And I might say in that regard, I would remind everyone who is going to be speaking that with a court reporter, it's important, as it is for the ASL interpreters, I'm sure, it's important that only one person speak at a time, and that you speak slowly and distinctly so that the court reporter can capture your word. The other unrelated occurrence is that some of the people that are here today, I understand, are represented by private counsel. And when those people come forth to testify, I'd invite counsel to come up and sit with them so that they'll be accessible to them. And because all of the people here today are members of the Army Reserve, the Army has representation here from the Judge Advocate General's office. And I would ask if those of you who are here from JAG, if you could just stand where you are and identify yourself for the people here in the room, that would be helpful.
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Kim with the United States Army Legal Service Agency.
And I'm Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer McKeel, and I'm also with the U.S. Army Legal Services Agency.
I'm Major Alicia Rowan, U.S. Army Legal Services Agency.
There are three of you here today. Yeah, thank you very much. And I might point out that they are here not to represent the witnesses, but to represent the interests of the Army. And we're happy to have you here. I would also point out that we received documents on behalf of the witnesses that are coming, that are in some cases, in most cases, fairly voluminous, a number of emails and text messages. And they came late last night. I think the ones that I was primarily interested in, 908. And despite my youthful appearance, I'm fairly old. I've been in bed about that time, so I didn't really have much of a chance. So it may be necessary, if after we've done what examination we can do today, it may be necessary to ask some of you to come back again on another occasion after we've had an opportunity to look at those documents and see if there's anything in them that we would like to explore further. So I just point that out as a possibility. In the event that we do that, we will undoubtedly issue another subpoena for another date. So we'll see about that. So that, Ann, is there any?
For the purposes of the record should also reflect that
Yeah.
the commission,
The issue, I forgot that, the subpoenas were issued by the vote of the commission, which is a requirement of the statute that we have, so. Anything further, and that's left out this morning?
you got it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first witness that we would like to call is Jordan Jandreau, and my colleague Jeff Rushlow will conduct at least the lead inquiry. So you can be seated right there, Mr. Jandreau.
And you'll be swearing him in?
I will be swearing him in. I forgot about that. Thank you. Dan, raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you will give in the matter now and then will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May be seated.
I'm going to call you initially Mr. Jandreau, but I'll probably change that shortly. But would you spell your first and last names for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my first name is Jordan, Jordan. My last name is Jandreau, Jandreau.
And what is your profession?
I'm employed by the United States Army Reserves.
Are you also employed by a municipal agency?
Yes, sir. I'm also employed by the Rockland Police Department.
How long have you been a Rockland police officer?
5 years.
And were you a graduate of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy?
Yes, sir.
Have you been employed in a law enforcement capacity by any other agency other than Rockland PD?
No, sir.
And what is your rank at Rockland?
Patrol officer.
So I'll call you Officer Jandreau from now on, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
And during your time as a Rockland police officer, specifically within the last several years, have you had any occasion to seek a arrest protection order, a yellow flag order?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, has Rockland PD ever sought any such orders?
I believe they have.
Is that assigned to any officer who has information, or is it assigned to detectives, or do you know? If you don't know, just.
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay, so moving on from that, you also said that your profession is in the Army Reserves. And is that a full-time position?
No, sir.
And at the very beginning, I just want to emphasize one thing that has created some confusion. Is the Army Reserves a component of the Department of Defense?
Yes, sir.
And so that you are part of a chain of command that goes up to the Secretary of Army in the Pentagon.
Yes, sir.
And that is completely separate and apart from the Maine Army National Guard. Is that right?
That is correct.
Their chain of command goes up through the Adjutant General of the state of Maine and ultimately to the Governor of the state of Maine.
Yes, sir.
So how long have you been in the Army Reserve?
11 years, sir.
And were you in the regular Army before that?
No, sir.
So your entire Army service has been in the reserves.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever in any other military service?
No, sir.
And what is your current rank?
Sergeant.
And I think in the military, there are often letters and numerals associated with that. What's your rank?
Sergeant, SGT.
Sorry, there's something that's an E5, E6,
Oh,
E7,
My apologies. Yes, sir. That E5.
E5. And it's sergeant by itself, and that distinguishes you from other categories of sergeants.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And which unit do you belong to?
The 3rd of the 304th.
Is that the 3rd Battalion of the 504th Regiment?
Yes, sir.
And what component of the 3rd Battalion are you in?
The 108th Training Division is what that's.
Well, within your battalion, is there a subunit?
Are you referring to Alpha Company, Bravo Company, as far as that?
That's what I was trying to ask. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm part of headquarters.
Headquarters.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where do you go to your monthly training?
Saco, Maine.
The Saco Army Reserve Center.
Yes, sir.
And have you been in the headquarters component the the entire time you've been in the third battalion, or have you been in individual companies?
I was attached to Bravo Company at one time.
When was that?
I would estimate approximately 5 years ago, sir.
And when did you become part of headquarters?
Approximately 5 years ago, sir.
Has your entire service been with the third battalion, the 11 years?
No, sir.
What else did you do?
I was attached to a unit in Aberdeen Proving Ground, I believe for the first 2 to 3 years of my contract.
So, returning to the focus of what I'm going to be asking you about today, on the evening of October 25th of this year, around a few minutes before 11 p.m., did you telephone to a dispatch center in Androscoggin County?
I did.
And what was your purpose in calling?
I called because I had received information that the firearm that Sergeant First Class Robert Card was using was an AR type rifle, but my main concern was the scope that was attached to that rifle had thermal imaging and night vision capabilities.
Before making that call, had you seen the widely circulated photograph of Robert Card?
Yes, sir.
And did the appearance, although it may have been somewhat blurry, was that consistent with a AR type rifle with a thermal imaging scope?
Yes, sir.
And if it was simply a spotting device, a laser device, would it be different from a thermal imaging scope?
Yes, sir.
So that was something you were concerned enough about to make a telephone call.
Yes, sir.
And did you ever go to the Androscoggin County area to assist in the search for Robert Card?
No, sir.
So was that essentially your only role in this investigation, was to make that call, as far as you know?
As I made that call to Androscoggin County as far as the municipality. However, I did also make a phone call to my battalion commander. If that answers your question, sir.
Well, I was getting to that in just a moment. So you've gotten there first. So were you ever interviewed by any investigators as part of the murder investigation, meaning state police, county sheriffs, or anybody else?
No, sir.
You may have been interviewed by investigators for the Department of the Army, but you were not ever interviewed by anybody associated with the Maine investigation. Is that right?
Correct.
So I ask that because that means we have absolutely no idea what you may say here today. We don't have any sort of report. We don't have any, we have not received material from the Army that I know of that describes what you told them. But that means I'm going to be asking a series of questions that may sort of wander around and not really seem to be all that focused. But I want to just warn you that in advance. So are you familiar enough with the structure of Bravo Company to be able to identify who are the senior non-commissioned officers?
I know who the first sergeant and the commander are of Bravo Company.
Who is the first sergeant?
First Sergeant Mote.
And is he also an Ellsworth police officer?
Yes, sir.
And the function of a first sergeant in a company is what? Is that the senior non-commissioned officer?
Yes, sir.
And above the senior non-commissioned officer is a commissioned officer, is that right?
Correct.
And who is the commissioned officer of Bravo Company?
Captain Reamer.
And is he the only commissioned officer in that company?
I believe there's also a lieutenant, but I'm not sure.
So is there also a senior non-commissioned officer in the battalion as a whole?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
The Command Sergeant Major,
And what is his name?
Tlumac.
And to your knowledge, is he a member of the Maine State Police?
Yes.
And getting back to Captain Reamer, to your knowledge, is he a member of a law enforcement agency in New Hampshire?
I believe he is.
So during your service with this battalion, did you become familiar with Robert Card?
Yes.
And this is a question related to your knowledge of a thermal imaging scope. Before the night of October 25th, did you know that he had a night vision scope?
No, sir.
Did you ever receive any information from anybody suggesting that he had one?
No, sir.
You were relying on the appearance of the gun that he was carrying at just-in-time bowling?
No, sir.
What were you relying upon?
I had friends that were currently barricaded in a restaurant, and Sergeant First Class Card had a conversation with them at a previous battle assembly. And so in my conversation, my phone calls with my friends in the restaurant, they told me about their conversation where Sergeant First Class Card had told them that he had recently purchased this AR type rifle and purchased a rather expensive thermal and night vision imaging scope for that rifle.
So these were friends of yours who were at Shemenji's restaurant?
They were not at that restaurant. They were at a restaurant 2 miles down the road, sir.
Where?
I'm not sure the name of the restaurant, but they were in a very close proximity to the shootings.
Was it Da Vinci's restaurant, if you know?
I'm not sure, sir.
Who were these friends?
Sergeant Patrick Lacasse Laflamme and Sergeant Megan Dyer.
And what unit are they in?
They are also a part of the 3rd and the 304th.
And what subunit within the 3rd Battalion?
They're in Bravo Company, sir.
And I'll have to ask you to repeat their names. I think I heard Sergeant Megan Dyer, but who was the other?
Sergeant Patrick Lacasse Laflamme.
Lacasse,
Lacasse Laflamme.
that hyphenated last name?
Yes, sir.
And did these two fellow soldiers reach out to you? Is that how you knew they were barricaded?
No, sir. I called them
What is that?
because I understood Sergeant Lacasse Laflamme to live in the Lewiston area. And so I wanted to make sure he was okay.
And as a result of that telephone call, you subsequently made the telephone call to the dispatch center to report that he may have a night vision device.
After I learned that information, my next phone call was to the dispatch center. Yes, sir.
So before October 25th, how frequently did you have personal contact with Robert Card?
Sir, I don't think I'd spoken to him within the last 5 years. When I had moved to headquarters, I was no longer affiliated with him in a co-worker capacity.
Did you still report for monthly training to the Saco Armory?
Yes, sir, but we're kept in different rooms. There's a battalion area and a company area.
And just so I'm clear about this, the structure, the headquarters, is that considered a company also?
That is a company, however, it's more associated with the battalion format as opposed to the Bravo company, which would report to us.
All right. So when you say that you hadn't spoken to him in 5 years, do you think you'd be able to have recognized him if you ran into him on the street?
If he didn't have a beard, yes, sir.
And in previous training, did you see him typically to be clean shaven?
The only time I've seen him is at drill, sir.
And was he always clean shaven?
Yes, sir.
So as our chair told you all, we just received a number of documents last night from the Army, and I was looking through them very, very quickly. And I saw a reference to you by name in the communication from within members of the unit, which referred to you as a family to Mr. Card. Do you know what that means?
I have no idea, sir.
You're not related to him in any, what we would call a family respect.
No, sir.
And have you ever heard that expression used about members of a unit, that certain individuals are so friendly with one another that they're almost considered to be family?
Yes, sir. I understand that to be a common thing.
And so somebody may have been under the impression that you were close to Robert Card.
No, sir.
And that's, sorry.
I'm
You can only
saying that
assume
would be correct. That would not be correct.
you were never in that kind of situation with Robert Card.
No, sir.
All right, I have no further questions.
Any questions from any other member of the commission? Or the staff?
Mr. Jandreau, is there anything about your relationship with or knowledge of Mr. Card that we have not asked you?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further?
Actually, how you doing? Because you have a dual role, both the military and also the police department. Did the topic of yellow flag ever come up in any discussions about anybody between, your work as well as in the military?
The topic of yellow flag laws had not come up in my experience in the military until this incident. However, I have learned of yellow flag laws in my training through my municipality prior to this incident.
Thank you.
Thank you. But not, okay,
Officer Jandreau, were you in New York in July?
No, ma'am.
You were not.
No, ma'am.
Did you have any direct personal knowledge of what occurred in New York during the fluid training session?
No, ma'am, but there was a phone call from Staff Sergeant Hodgson, which alluded to something occurring, but he was very non-descriptive.
Was it to you or to somebody else?
He called me, I believe it was at 3 a.m., stating that he was going down to New York to pick up Sergeant First Class Card. But he did not tell me what for or what happened. I'd asked, but he would not elaborate.
I want actually one more. Sorry. You mentioned it was a phone call with your friends at this restaurant that they informed you he was potentially in possession of a thermoscope.
Yes,
Did they mention why he had that scope, not why he purchased in the first place and what he may do with it? Did they mention anything like that?
they did not mention anything like that.
And did they tell you how they learned he had that? Because Mr. Card told them that he had that, or they found it some other way?
They knew that he was in possession of that because Sergeant First Class Card was having a discussion in their company area, and they had heard him talk about purchasing specifically that AR type rifle as well as the scope.
Do you remember when that conversation happened, that he maybe have purchased that?
No, sir.
So it wasn't say like 6 months ago, we discussed this kind of thing like that?
No, sir, I don't know.
Just following up on Jordan's question, you received a call in the middle of the night from Sergeant Hodgson
Yes, sir.
Informing you that he was en route to New York to pick up Robert Card.
Yes, sir.
Why was he calling you? Was that to do with your role in the headquarters company or do you know?
No, sir. In the past, I've received 2 incredibly late phone calls from Staff Sergeant Hodgson. It is usually in a capacity where he needs someone to talk to because his life is not going great. And so I work the overnights at the Rockland Police Department. He knows I'm awake, and I believe that he trusts me with having those types of conversations. So this was the second phone call I had received from Staff Sergeant Hodgson in those types of situations.
And was the earlier conversation about Robert Card or about something?
Not at all about Robert Card.
Did Sergeant Hodgson call you in the middle part of September when there was another concern he had about Robert Card?
I don't believe so. I believe the first phone call was at the end of June, and then the second phone call would have been after Sergeant First Class Card was whatever happened in July happened, and then Staff Sergeant Hodgson was on his way to go pick him up.
Thank you.
I just ask, just for my own edification, is there anything, you're concerned about the night vision scope, if I've gotten that terminology correct,
Yes, ma'am.
was heightened because you knew that there was a lockdown and that Robert Card had perpetrated a mass shooting or was suspected at that time of perpetrating a mass shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
And so there's nothing about owning a night vision scope that would have otherwise concerned you, that the fact that Robert Card owned a night vision scope would have otherwise concerned you.
Correct. The mere ownership of that did not concern me. However, given the circumstances, that's what increased my concern.
Thank you.
nothing further. Thank you very much, Mr. Jandreau, Officer Jandreau.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I will call on Matthew Noyes. Remain standing and raise your right hand. You could state your name.
Matthew Noyes,
You swear the testimony you will give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. Ellen Gorman will conduct the lead part of the inquiry with you.
I prepared an opening statement, and I was hoping that the commission would allow me to
Certainly.
Sure.
read that statement. I think it's gonna, I've worn multiple hats during this whole tragedy, and I think it might help streamline the commission's questions and help me recall the events. All right.
I would ask you to go slowly because we have both a court reporter and interpreters.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would like to first publicly offer my condolences to the victims and the families of this tragedy. It is unimaginable to think of the feelings and emotions that must be involved with this situation on a personal level. This is a very complex and perhaps surreal situation for me, as I worked very closely with Card in the military, was one of the soldiers that took him into protective custody at West Point last July, and ultimately responded to the active shooter as a deputy sheriff with the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. I grew up in Androscoggin County and even frequented both the bowling alley and pool hall in my adolescence. I apologize in advance if I become emotional during my testimony. Please be patient with me as I wore several hats throughout this entire tragedy, and I'll be able to shed lights on part of my involvement that you may not be aware of, and ultimately may assist you in your questioning. As a way to provide some baseline context, I figured I would offer a snapshot of my experience both in law enforcement and in the military as it relates to tactical and procedural considerations. I've been a law enforcement officer in the state of Maine for the past 20 years, most of which have been a patrol officer. I've served in the military for nearly 17 years with various different jobs, one of which was an infantry fire team leader in Afghanistan in 2010, where many high-risk night operations were conducted with the assistance of air assets. I also served as a mentor to the local Afghanistan police chief, who was responsible for the district that our unit operated out of. Currently, as you are all aware, I'm a trainer with the 3rd of the 304th, which trains cadets at West Point. I feel like it's important to mention this experience only so the board and the commission may see the nexus and relevance in my testimony. I'm sure the commission has specific questions for me today. However, there are several things I'd like to talk about that may be difficult to hear. However, there are things that need to be said in order for change to take effect. A true critique and evaluation of critical incidents such as this one cannot and will never be accomplished by consulting department heads alone. As much as no one is going to admit, there is a very political component to this, and that in itself creates a roadblock to real solutions. The additional people that the board should be calling to testify are the actual boots on the ground, the people that responded to the scenes, the ones that dealt with Card in a personal sense, and the ones that were involved in the manhunt on the lowest levels. You will find real answers with their testimony. On July 15th, I traveled to West Point as a part of my annual military commitments. A small group of us, probably 6 or 7, decided to stay at a close by National Guard base and use their on-post hotel and lodging. Robert Card was included in that small group. We all traveled separately to New York. Card arrived after us later in the afternoon. When he arrived, we invited him to the pool as our duty didn't start until Monday. Throughout the day and the evening, we collectively noticed that Card was exhibiting strange behavior, and we notified our command. At approximately 10:30 that evening, the military police arrived at the hotel and made contact with Card. I wasn't present for the conversation, but ultimately he ended up being allowed to stay in his room for the night. The next morning at approximately 10 a.m., my command decided that based on the information we provided and Card's unwillingness to come to the door, that we were going to call the New York State Police for assistance. They arrived a short time later and were able to make contact with Card, as you've probably seen in the body cam videos. The New York State Police advised us that there was not sufficient information to take Card into protective custody per their state statutes. At that time, it was decided that our command would be ordering Card to be evaluated using something called command direction, meaning because he was on active duty orders, he could not say no. Card reluctantly agreed to be evaluated. I, First Sergeant Mote, Staff Sergeant Reed, and Card got into a rental vehicle and drove to Keller Hospital, located on post at West Point, New York. The New York State Police agreed to follow us in case something changed on the way there, and we needed their assistance. Card remained silent during the entire almost 1 hour drive, except for breaking down into tears for a short period of time. Being a Sunday, a psychiatrist was called in to evaluate Card. After some time waiting at the hospital, we were notified that Card was going to be sent to a mental health hospital off post. I'm unsure if he agreed to do that at the time or if it was forced. Once back at the hotel, Staff Sergeant Wainwright and I were directed to pack up all of Card's belongings and pack them into his assigned rental car. I noted that Card's room was very messy and found that to be a little odd, seeing that he'd only been there for one night at that point. I stayed at West Point and finished off the summer mission as planned. Card never returned to my knowledge. In September, I was notified that there had been a File 6 put out for Card and that it indicated that there was information suggesting he could, quote, shoot up the Saco Armory. That month, Card was not at drill. I have listened to some of the testimony from the Maine State Police as well as other agencies. I'll begin by saying that I recognize that this is a very complex response and investigation. Unfortunately, with this responsibility comes Monday morning quarterback that all of us in law enforcement are so intimately familiar with. On October 25th, 2023, just after the shootings, I was alerted about the events from other members of my department. I was home on my day off with my 6-year-old son. I immediately turned on my portable radio and began putting on my uniform while simultaneously making arrangements for my mother to come watch my son. I can remember my son watching as I got ready and unfortunately listening to my radio go off. As you can imagine, the dispatcher's comments, quote, several people shot. We have an active shooter. I need units to go to Schmenge's now. Minutes later, my mother arrived and my 6-year-old son, knowing his father, was going to deal with someone that had been shooting, but not understanding developmentally the scope, said, bye, Dad, don't get dead. Excuse me. The events that transpired that night can only be described as chaos. During the course of the evening, I responded to multiple different locations of sightings of Card, to include reports that the active shooting was occurring at other locations, such as the Walmart distribution center and the Rusty Lantern gas station in Sabattis. At some point, it was broadcasted that the preliminary identification of the shooter was that of Robert Card. I can remember that I was on Webster Street in Lewiston when that information was broadcasted. And I immediately knew that I likely had information that would be pertinent to the search for Robert Card. I drove to the command post, which at that time was still at the Lewiston Police Department. Once there, I met with 2 members of the Sheriff's Office, Major Mark Cornelio and Chief Deputy William Gagne. I informed them that I knew Card and that he was a part of my Army unit. Major Cornelio pulled up an image on a computer outside of the command post and asked me to identify the car they had captured from one of the security cameras at the scenes. I knew right away that it was Card's vehicle, as I'd seen it nearly every month. And it has always had a different colored front bumper, just as the one pictured in the security photo. Chief Deputy Gagne then took me up into the command post room upstairs at Lewiston PD. He briefly explained to someone inside that I knew Robert Card and that I actively served with him in the Army Reserve Unit. To my surprise, I spoke with that member of the state police for less than 2 minutes. I went back to my cruiser and continued assisting with an effort wherever there was an effort searching for Card. At some point, I responded to the boat launch in Lisbon Falls. I would estimate I was there within 10 minutes of the initial report the vehicle had been spotted. Upon arrival, there was already several law enforcement officers on scene, which were staged a good distance away from Card's vehicle. We were all asked to stay away from the car, which I completely understood as to not contaminate the scene. As soon as I watched an armored vehicle arrive on scene, I cleared the area. For the remainder of the evening, I patrolled and met up with other officers in different areas periodically. I was concerned to later learn that a canine track was not done at the location of Card's car, even given the circumstances of a possible ambush and other considerations. On Friday of that week, I came to work at 5 a.m. Not long after I signed on, I was asked to assist the Lisbon Police Department with a search of Maine Recycling. I assisted searching the entire building at Maine Recycling at the direction of Chief McGee. While at Maine Recycling, I noted all of the trailers around the building and inquired if they'd been searched already. I was advised that all of Maine Recycling property had been searched and that we were doing a second search of the building only because a Lisbon police officer had located an unsecured door during a property check that morning. At some point during the day, I responded to a 911 hang-up call at a residence in Durham. We knew the location to be a residence that Card's family was staying at due to the media not respecting their privacy. Based on my training, education, experience, I know that oftentimes when someone feels threatened in a confined space, they'll sometimes call 911 and either leave the line open or hang up, expecting law enforcement to respond, without letting the aggressor know they've been called. This certainly was a good possibility given the information. A short time later, members of my shift arrived and helped establish the perimeter. There were people outside of the residence that we were able to quickly talk to and gather more information from. Ultimately, Card was not inside the residence. However, multiple agencies showed up on scene with the assistance of a federal TAC team. The residence was then cleared. While waiting on the TAC team to clear the residence, members of the sheriff's office spoke with members of Card's family. Card's mother had indicated that no one from law enforcement had spoken to her yet. This was on Friday. This information was immediately provided to the command post. Later on in the day, Deputy Christopher Miller and I met up at the Maine Recycling satellite lot where all the trailers were. It was a location away from the media harassment and a place we thought we had already been searched based on what we'd been told. Much to our surprise, we later learned that Card was discovered in that very lot, possibly feet away from where we were parked. On Friday, I went to the Lewiston High School command post and had seen a couple of FBI Safe Streets task force guys that I personally knew. And speaking with them, I had casually mentioned I knew Card. It wasn't until then I was asked to speak with a detective assigned to the investigation. I spent the next half hour or so providing information to a detective, but only because I had mentioned it. The lines of communication in response to this scene were unacceptable. In crucial events such as these, we need to constantly be applying the benefit to risk calculation, and that includes tactical considerations as well as communication. Based on what I've prepared for the commission today, I can tell you that undoubtedly, from an actual boots on the ground first responder, the communication was poor and caused several issues. I've heard a lot of critique about self-dispatching and self-deploying. I also agree that this can be a very dangerous situation and cause inevitably more chaos. However, self-dispatching is what happens as a result of little to no direction in the field. In closing, if you want to know what went wrong on the ground, ask the men and women that were on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Officer Noyes, could you tell me what your current rank is with the ASL?
A deputy sheriff, patrol deputy.
I'll call you deputy, if that's acceptable.
That's fine, ma'am.
And what is your rank with the Army Reserve?
I'm a staff sergeant.
And how long did you know Robert Card before the incident in July?
I would say approximately 2 years, ma'am.
Did you have contact with him on a monthly basis?
I did, ma'am.
Any more than that?
No, ma'am.
Did you know him outside of your reserve service with him?
No, ma'am.
When you did see him before July during those monthly meetings, what was he like?
He was usually pretty quiet, ma'am, but he was also actively would engage in conversations if he was asked questions. Sometimes at drill, we'll opt to go out to lunch on our lunch break. He would join us. So he certainly wasn't, I say he was quiet, but he was a participant in our conversations as well, so.
And what was it that he did at the deployment on July 15th that caused you to identify him as strange?
So, to get into a little bit more detail about that, sometimes we stay at this National Guard post that I'd referenced. And they have a hotel it's basically old military lodging converted into a hotel. And they had a pool out behind this particular one, and we were in the pool that day. And he came into the pool and we were just talking, again, it was the group of perhaps 6 or 7 of us. And he made a comment when he got into the pool about the lady that had checked him into the hotel. He made some comment regarding, and I'm paraphrasing here, but she recognized me. I know she doesn't like me or something like that, which we collectively thought was very strange because the woman was very pleasant behind the desk. We continued just sharing regular conversation in the pool. He even talked about you could tell he had lost some weight, but it looked healthy. He talked about changing his diet and stopping using nicotine. And then at one point during the conversation, he said something that all kind of alarmed us. And he said, yeah, I stopped at Connecticut at a Dunkin' Donuts, and the woman behind the counter was, and again, I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember the exact words, but basically talking bad about me or making comments about me, saying that she recognized me or something like that. So at that point, we'd agreed to grab something to eat, and a couple of the guys, including Card, left the National Guard post to go get pizza and drinks. And when we got back, Staff Sergeant Wainwright had come into my room and said, look, something's really not right with Card. There was just this altercation in his gas station parking lot. And he basically postured up on Staff Sergeant Reed. And so, as you know already, there's a fair amount of us in the unit that are also police officers. So we kind of recognize this behavior as not only bizarre, but possibly or perhaps a mental health concern. Something's going on. So we met with, he basically went right back to his room. And we all met in a common area of the lodging. And we decided that we were going to call and notify our command staff that something wasn't right. We felt like he's probably not someone that should be continuing on with the mission, given the profile of our mission, working with firearms and live ammunition and West Point cadets. So the first person that we notified was Master Sergeant Urich, who I understand is not here today. He came down, we kind of briefed him on what had happened, and he in turn called First Sergeant Mote.
And did you actually speak with Urich or Mote?
I spoke with Master Sergeant Urich, yes. And I believe First Sergeant Mote, I spoke with him as well.
And forgive me for not getting their rank correctly. Master Sergeant Urich said that he would speak with Commander Mote.
First Sergeant Mote, yes. And ultimately First Sergeant Mote he was staying off the lodging, but he immediately recognizing there was an issue, came to see what could be done or how we could, or how he could help.
And then it was you who provided the information to First Sergeant Mote about what had been going on?
It was all of us collectively, ma'am. So basically the guys that were in the pool, that core group of 5 or 6 or 7.
And did First Sergeant Mote decide to take some action as a result of what you told him?
Yes.
And what was that?
So I don't remember exactly what the decision was, but it was certainly to take a first step in making contact or attempting contact with Card, which was done at his hotel room door. And he wasn't answering the door. And these are similar to a civilian hotel where it's keyed access with like a key card. So there's no like regular key for it. I'm really kind of unclear. I don't really remember exactly what happens that evening, except for the fact that the MPs, or they may have just been like Army security guards for the post, had come and tried to make contact. Those particular folks, I believe, have access. So they're given these master key cards to gain access to these rooms. It was around 10 o'clock, I believe, I went to bed. And at that point, I can't speak for what Master Sergeant Urich or First Sergeant Mote did. But I think there was a general consensus that if we weren't able to make contact with him, that we would try and raise him the following morning.
Okay. So the following morning, were you among those who tried to make contact with Robert Card?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do so?
Ultimately, after calling the New York State Police, we were able to. And I think we also perhaps got some assistance from the MPs in unlocking the door again. I don't exactly recall. He may have answered the door. But I was, if just to provide some context, if you watch the New York State Police body cams, I was heard talking in one of those clips, and I was also pretty much behind those state troopers as they were speaking with Card, and simultaneously speaking with First Sergeant Mote, and at this point conferring over the phone with Captain Reamer about doing a command-directed mental health evaluation.
You told us earlier in your statement that the New York State troopers said they could not take Card into custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they explain to you why they believe they could not do so?
So they did explain it, and having both experience in law enforcement and the military, not knowing what the specific New York State statute was, I generally know that most protective custody statutes revolve around a threat to harm, an imminent threat to harm someone, themselves, or someone else. So basically what they were saying was, hey, listen, we understand your concerns here, but the things that he's saying are not an imminent threat to himself or others. So we're willing to help you guys out. However, we're not in a position to actually force him to go to the hospital in protective custody.
Did you or anyone else who was there disagree with the trooper's evaluation that Mr. Card was not an imminent threat to himself or to others?
I can't speak for anyone else, and I don't really know if anyone else there disagreed with that.
It was a poorly worded question. Did you express any disagreement with the New York State troopers?
I personally didn't, and I don't recall whether any other members of my unit did.
And then you told us that from there, you and First Sergeant Mote, Officer Reed, and Mr. Card were in the car together to drive to Keller.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Reed, what is his?
He's a staff sergeant, and he is also with Bravo Company.
And he is actually the person that Mr. Card had an altercation with the day before?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were he and Mr. Card, were they like family within the unit?
I wouldn't want to comment on that because I don't know the exact relationship that he had, but I would offer that Staff Sergeant Reed was a lot closer with Card than I was. There was definitely, in terms of making a decision on who should go based on rapport that had already been built with him, that was, I think, part of that decision.
A decision or a recognition that Card might feel more at ease if Staff Sergeant Reed were in the car with him.
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
And you said that the drive took about an hour.
Yes, ma'am. It took about an hour, and that is not a true representation of the geography and how far we were away from West Point. There had happened to be, because of storms, a big bridge that was down. So we had to take a very long way around. So any other time it would have taken half the time to get there. So it took an hour just based on the weather conditions.
And during that ride, throughout the hour, did Mr. Card say anything?
He didn't say one word, ma'am.
He did cry at one point?
He did.
All right.
He, I would say probably a quarter of the way to halfway through. He was in the far back of the car, and we placed him there because we didn't have, he wasn't in, handcuffs or anything like that. So we placed him in the back of the car. There's a third row seating, government rental. So there's no access to open that. There's no way for him to get out. So if there was a situation where he tried to open the door or something like that, he wouldn't be able to get out. Staff Sergeant Reed and I sat in the second row and had our attention turned to him during the entire ride. And then First Sergeant Mote was driving the vehicle.
When you arrived at Keller, Mr. Card walked into the hospital with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, who explained why you were there?
I think initially we walked in and spoke with whoever the staff was at the front desk, just like any civilian hospital, explained the situation. And I don't recall exactly, but I'm gonna say probably within 10 minutes, he was in a room, inside of a room.
Were you in that room with him?
I was not, ma'am.
Was anybody in that room with him?
I'm not sure initially if anyone was in the room with him. I do know that once the Army captain that I referred to, the psychiatrist, arrived on scene, it was either him or someone else had made it clear to us that based on the nature of his visit to the hospital, we needed to have one-on-one supervision with him, being another soldier. So at that point, Staff Sergeant Reed went into the room, and then those duties were exchanged. I would guess every 45 minutes to an hour or so.
How long were you actually at Keller?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Hours, the way it is?
We were there for hours. In fact, Captain Reamer had showed up. He drove from his house in New Hampshire, knowing all this was going on when we spoke with him on the phone at the National Guard base where the hotel was. Once he had made the decision there was going to be a command directive that he was going to go to the hospital, he wasn't scheduled to report to West Point that early, but he made the decision to drive from his residence in New Hampshire all the way to Keller to meet with the staff at the hospital. So he showed up there. So yes, I think that was a fair assessment, man, probably hours. And Captain Reamer can speak to how long that drive takes. So we certainly were waiting for him. But he left, I believe, his house after we made the initial phone call.
And throughout the hours that you were at Keller, did you have any conversation with Robert Card?
I did not. I did have a conversation with Staff Sergeant Reed and Staff Sergeant Wainwright regarding what Card had been saying in the room. Staff Sergeant Reed had indicated that this sort of paranoia that we talked about, or I'd just spoken about at the hotel, had sort of continued in the room. At this point, he had mentioned that, and of course this is hearsay, but I think it's important, that Card had now thought the nurses at the nursing station were talking about him.
And at some point, the physician captain or someone else told you that Mr. Card was going to be transferred to Four Winds?
Yes, ma'am. He told, I was present next to Captain Reamer and First Sergeant Mote when that conversation was being had.
And were you responsible for transferring him to Fort Williams?
No, ma'am.
So at that point, you and the others left?
Some point after that, excuse me, I think when they figured out the logistics of how he was gonna get there, whether it was gonna be by ambulance or other means, at some point after that, I would say if I had to guess, maybe an hour and a half after that decision was made, we left.
All right. You went back to the hotel near West Point and then continued with your training exercise.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any contact with Robert Card during that exercise?
No, ma'am. The only thing, as I'd mentioned in my statement, was that Staff Sergeant Wainwright and I were tasked with cleaning his room up, basically packing all his things in his room.
When you discovered that it was a mess, did you discover anything else that you want to tell us about?
I will share this with the commission. I don't know what its relevance is, and it's just knowing what happened and everything, it was just kind of struck me as odd looking back at it, but he had typically when we go to these training sessions, sometimes there's downtime where soldiers are allowed to, go out into the community and maybe get some dinner or go see a movie or something along those lines. But I packed up in his room a set of bowling balls, which I just thought was a little strange. I've never been to an annual training where people went to bowling. Now, I'm not saying that's outside of the scope of what we would be allowed to do on our own time off. I just thought, given that the end state of this tragedy, that it was interesting.
Okay. After the day where you were part of the crew that delivered Robert Card to the hospital, did you ever again have contact with him?
No, ma'am.
No conversations with him, no telephone calls, no
No, ma'am.
texts? So I think I'm done with your relationship to him vis-a-vis the Army Reserve. Now I'm gonna move into the job that you had as part of the ASO involvement in this tragedy. And you indicated to us on a couple of occasions, I think, that we should be talking to the people with the boots on the ground to learn what went wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've given us some general indications of what you think went wrong, largely, I think, having to do with poor communication, or lack of communication.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything specific that you want to tell us about, other than that well, I think one of the things that you said was that with Chief Deputy Gagne, you went to the command center intending to provide them with all of the information that you had about Robert Card at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you had a 2-minute conversation with a member of the Maine State Police.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who that was?
I don't, ma'am.
And then the next time that you had an opportunity to provide everything that you knew about Mr. Card was on Friday.
Yes, ma'am. I will say that I think part of this process in having this commission is it's helpful for people to quote unquote fall on their sword, and I probably could have went into the command post a lot sooner and reasserted my position that people needed to know about my information about cards. So I would say that I probably could have gone in there sooner. No one had asked me. I made it very well known that I knew him and that I was instrumental in taking him into the hospital at West Point, and that I also was close with people like Staff Sergeant Reed, who could have provided more insight. I think the lines of communication were, and I'll preface everything that I'm saying by also understanding the undertaking of such a dynamic type of search in conjunction with a criminal investigation. And even at the highest levels, I couldn't imagine having to manage something like that, and the different issues that come along with having, I don't know how many police officers were on scene, but you're talking about, I would say over 500 police officers on scene. So I will say that before I say that I think that the lines of communication could have been a lot better. And there was information that wasn't being disseminated to me, as well as to, the hierarchy at my own agency, such as the chief deputy and even all the way up to the sheriff weren't getting information. And I feel that is largely problematic when if you're not disseminating, I understand that disseminating information down to the lowest levels, there's a chain of command and we use that for a reason, just as we do in the military. But when my sheriff and my chief deputy aren't getting information, that's another problem because then they in turn can't provide us with the information. Like just for an example, when I left the boat launch, I thought once I saw that armored vehicle, we would know some important information relatively quickly, i.e. where was he in the vehicle? Was there weapons located in the vehicle? Was there a note located in the vehicle? And it was, I never got that information. It was through leaks, I guess, that we would hear from our counterparts in the field, hey, I heard this, or I heard that. So we were getting some information through leaks, but it wasn't even substantiated information. It was just information. We were getting information wherever we could, yeah.
Okay. At some point before October 25th, 2023, did you learn that Robert Card had made a threat against the Saco Armory?
I did, ma'am.
How did you learn about that?
I can't recall exactly how I learned about it because there were multiple people that knew about it. The morning that I learned about it, I'd heard about it from multiple different people. I think Staff Sergeant Wainwright had told me that there were Saco police cruisers around our unit. I had previously, I didn't mention it in my bio, but previously I was an instructor or a member of the cadre staff at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. So that's a unique position because you're able to develop, you have all these cadets that you help get through the program. You're able to develop relationships throughout the state with these people. And I only say that because the morning that Staff Sergeant Wainwright told me that those cruisers were outside of our armory, I knew a cadet that worked at a previous cadet of mine that worked at Saco PD. So I reached out to him and said, hey, how come there are cruisers around our armory? And I believe he was the one that shared that information on the file 6 with me.
Were you actually at the armory at the time that you made that call to a member of the Saco Police?
I was not, ma'am.
Were you planning to go to that?
I was, ma'am.
And did you go?
I did, ma'am.
And when you arrived, was the Saco PD still guarding the armory?
I don't think so, ma'am. I don't remember seeing them. I certainly didn't have any contact with any Saco police officers, other than the phone call that I had with the former cadet of mine.
You talked a little bit before about how you could have been more assertive in getting the information that you knew about Robert Card to the people who needed it at the time that Mr. Card was missing. At any time after about September 15th, which was when Mr. Card made the threat about the armory, and after July 16th, when you had left him at the hospital, did it occur to you that someone who knew him from the Army Reserve might want to do something about his access to weapons?
Based on my law enforcement experience and based on the, it's interesting because we're a reserve component. And so some things do not apply to us when we're not on active duty orders. Looking at it from a law enforcement officer's perspective, not of an Army reservist perspective, I would say that that responsibility fell on the local law enforcement jurisdiction. If there is, we have a law in place, the yellow flag law, and if we have probable cause to believe that somebody is an imminent danger to themselves or others, we take them into protective custody, as you well know, ma'am, then, and we have resources within the state to handle that situation. I guess, to answer your question plainly, I felt that was local law enforcement's responsibility.
Were you aware that after the episode in New York, the Army Reserve had restricted Mr. Card's access to any Army Reserve weapons or weaponry?
I was not personally aware of that, no, ma'am.
Would you have expected that to happen?
Yes, ma'am. Based on his, and again, I know that it was command directed that he was to go to Keller. So that I would consider to be involuntary. I do not know what conversations took place between Card and the physicians and whether or not his transfer to Four Winds Hospital was voluntary or involuntary. So I don't really know, but I do know that if you're involuntarily hospitalized, I guess my point is that yes, you would be restricted to restricted from having firearms.
Okay. So I think I've asked all of the questions that I need to ask you to follow up on your statement. Is there something that I've asked you that triggers your need to disclose something else or share something else with us?
I don't believe so, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
First of all, thank you for being both the deputy as well as being the reserve. I mean, that's a double duty job. So, I mean, hats off to you and your family, actually. So a couple of things. You said you've known Card for about 2 years prior to this incident.
Yes, sir.
How did you, what's your interaction with them?
I would say that my interactions with Card were based on seeing him at West Point and during monthly drills. You heard from Sergeant Jandreau earlier, he's in headquarters, so he's gonna be not gonna have as close of a relationship with him as I am. I'm in Bravo Company and Card was a member of Bravo Company. More specifically, Card was a member of my platoon.
Okay.
So that would be, outside of that, I've never hung out with him. We didn't communicate outside of drill or anything like that, sir.
And I'm so sorry. He's also a firearms and grenade instructor, as I understand.
I believe the correct terminology is trainer, but yes,
Trainer, okay.
yes.
So was his role almost every weekend helping to train folks, or he had so many duties? That's only one of them.
So in the Army Reserve, just for some context, our mission is to train these West Point cadets. We don't go there, we go there in April for what they call a Sandhurst mission, and then we go there in July and August for the freshman year cadets. So that's the only time that we're actually training cadets. In the Army Reserve, we do practice our craft, so to speak, but it's largely a readiness thing. We're making sure that we're ready for any potential deployments or, our medical records are up to date. All of our required annual trainings are complete and all those other things. So I would say during our monthly drills, yes, there were times where we were, pitching classes to one another based on what we were going to do at West Point, but it's largely a readiness event.
The court reporter has to take down everything, so it's best not to respond to the
Okay.
answer.
I was gonna say, he reported he was wearing a hearing aid around the beginning of the year and that he had some complaints about that. Did you hear anything about him saying anything like that?
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't remember exactly like word for word, but I can remember him speaking about him getting hearing aids. And I can remember, I think prior to him getting hearing aids, he had been denied getting them. I don't know what all that was about, but I can remember him talking about the hearing aids. Yes. Yes, sir.
And in July, when he had those issue at the hotel, there was also mention of he was drinking. Was he drinking to the point of intoxication?
No, sir. In fact, really not at all. And that was kind of when he first walked in, the first comment he made, I think I thought, well, maybe he's already had a couple of beers. But as the day went on, I could tell, specifically from my law enforcement experience, that it was my opinion that he wasn't impaired on anything.
And when you were on the way to the hospital with him, because that was a command decision to have him evaluated, was he voicing that I really don't need to go, I don't want to go, anything like that?
In the car ride, he didn't say a word. Prior to when I was behind the state police and they were speaking with him, he typically, when we're asking somebody to go to the hospital, whether, it be in, even in a protected custody situation, sometimes we will, we'll ask if they'll go voluntarily, just so we don't have to go that route. But I think that the New York State Police pitched that.
Okay.
And his response was just that, something along the lines of, wow, if it's command directed, I don't have a choice. So,
In a way, in his mind, he was thinking involuntary in a way.
yes, sir.
Okay. Also, when you had this incident where you got him the help he needed at the time in July, and then you heard later on about this whole incident with the Saco base and all that stuff, what was the first gut reaction? Did you think like, I thought we got him help?
Yes, sir. I mean, initially, after going through an event like that at West Point, I would like to add one additional thing that it hasn't been my experience that soldiers in the reserve compartment are often command directed to go seek mental health. So this was something that I had never seen before. So leaving West Point, I actually felt really good about what we did and felt like we'd done more than most reserve units would. And perhaps associated that with the fact that a lot of our command staff are police officers, and we do have a unique ratio of civilian police officers in that unit. So, and that's not to pat ourselves on the back one bit. It's just to say that in my experience, I haven't seen anything like that before. So yes, to answer your question in short, I was surprised because I did think he was.
Again, don't interrupt the answer with a response.
And the last question is, you mentioned some of the opportunities to improve the response here, when the actual shooting was happening, or the aftermath anyway. Have you, in your role as an Androscoggin deputy, ever done active shooter drills involving the state police and other jurisdictions? And what has the experience for those trainings been when you did it?
I have been a part of those trainings. Some of them were at the academy. And there are a couple, so as I'm sure the commission is aware, when you think of an active shooter, the first thing we think of, is a school. And that's, so been a part of like clearing hallways and things like that. And those are much easier responses because it's a much more methodical way to search as opposed to, well, is he in the woods? Is he here? Is he there? So yes, I to answer your question, I have been a part of those trainings. Sometimes they're within, just your own agency. And then other times they are, with other agencies. There's two really kind of schools of thought when you think about an active shooter in a school. One being a lockdown, which you're probably familiar with, where law enforcement goes in and all the kids are locked down, and the other is it's not a relatively new program, but it's being implemented in more schools throughout the country, is the ALICE program. And I can't think off the top of my head what the acronym stands for, but it's basically, in layman's terms, is just, hey, if you're a kid and there's an open window and you get out that window and run to the tree line, go. Like there's a multitude of different things that you can do in that response. So to answer your question, yes, training, we do training with that. Those different types of things. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Paul.
You indicated that you conducted a Maine recycling search.
Yes, ma'am.
And, excuse me, at the time you were told that all the vehicles at Maine Recycling had been searched.
Yes.
Who told you that?
I don't remember. There was a large group of people that were there, helping. That's a large building. So we had, there was multiple agencies there, that assisted with that search. And I can't recall who had said that they'd been searched. I thought it was the chief of Lisbon, who was on scene with us helping conduct that search, but I can't say that with absolute certainty.
And then when you returned to the satellite lot later that day, what was your purpose of going there?
Basically, we had a lot of that day in Lisbon and Durham. We couldn't, I think I referenced in the in my report that I had responded to a 911 hang-up call in Durham. And we thought he may have really been in there, given the association with Card's family being at the residence. And the press were like right on our tails, even on the way there. And then after even clearing that scene, they were blocking the road with cameras. And it was just a really unsettling feeling that we couldn't freely move without the county and respond to what we thought were a potential location of him without being followed by the press. So that was the satellite lot. It kind of sits back off Route 196. It was just kind of a way that we could get out. And we knew that had potentially been an area that had been, or we knew that we were told that that was an area that had been searched. And interestingly enough, that satellite lot has a walking path that's parallel to the back of it. And that leads to directly to the boat ramp where Card's vehicle was found.
So when you returned for the second time, you didn't return to conduct another search?
No, ma'am. And in fact, I don't think we were just for your information, two patrol guys, even given, we do have rifles and things of that nature, wouldn't have been equipped to search a large lot of trucks. And we thought that it was based on what we were told that Maine Recycling had been searched. We thought that was inclusive of Maine Recycling because it is their property, and that it was more of a, kind of a benign place to just sit up and chat away from Route 196 now.
Chair. Wait just a moment, well, Deborah, and then you.
I just have a couple of quick questions. What is your awareness of Robert Card's duties on the 3 yearly trips to West Point?
This year, I don't know what range he was assigned. We're assigned different ranges. Like this past year, I was assigned to the M320 range, which is it's a grenade launcher range, where we're dealing with real high explosives. The previous year, I was assigned to the hand grenade range, where you're dealing with throwing practice rounds, but also real hand grenades. And again, this past year, I don't know what he was assigned to, but the previous year, I know that he was assigned to with me on the hand grenade range.
Okay.
And then previous to that, I'm not sure now.
Thank you. And the body cam footage after the New York State Troopers were there revealed Mr. Card basically saying, they said, "Do you know why we're here?" Something to that effect. And he said, "They're afraid of me. They know what I'm capable of." Were you in the room when he said something to that effect?
I believe I was right behind the state troopers during that time. I did watch the video, which actually helped. I I don't specifically remember him saying that, but there were a lot of different things going on at the time.
Well, I get my point in asking that is was that true? Was there a concern about a fear of what he was capable of?
I mean, I think there was, people knew in the unit that he had firearms. But I'm not sure who even heard that comment. I don't know who was standing behind me when the state police were in the room. So, I mean, I guess there could potentially, of course, be a concern wherever there's somebody that's in possession of firearms coupled with a possible mental illness, there could be a concern. But I, earlier when, the commission had asked, Sergeant Jandreau about, like, would there have been a concern regarding a thermal imaging scope? And so we're in an interesting spot, in the state of Maine where there are still situations in the state of Maine being a hunter where, let's say, for instance, night hunting coyote is allowed. So that is an instance where some people will use night vision to hunt coyotes, and Card was a hunter. So some of these other things come into play when you're looking at this with, a discerning eye when you hear about the things that he said or his behaviors. But it's that, like I mentioned earlier, that delicate balance of, at what point are we going to restrict somebody from having firearms, which, goes in line with the yellow flag law, so.
And what elements, if you're aware, because I know command directives for going to a mental health evaluation are rare. But are you aware of, do certain elements need to be satisfied in order to issue that command directive, or is that sort of at the discretion of the commander?
I couldn't honestly answer your question, ma'am.
And just lastly, the reason I asked the previous question is I'm trying to figure out how, if Mr. Card says they're afraid of me because they know what I'm capable of, that could be a function of whatever mental illness process was going on at the time, or it could be a real reflection of his reserve, fellow reservists having a real concern about what he's capable of. So that's why I asked the question.
So it may be a question better suited to be answered by someone that was more close with him, ma'am, but I wasn't even watching the video when he said they. I'm not, at this point, he's making comments about people talking about him that we could, we were able to say that's probably not happening. So I didn't know what he was even referring to, so.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Toby,
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on your comment about communication. Let me go back to New York. So after he was command directed to go to the hospital, he went with 4 of you in the car?
There was 3, sir, and 4 including him.
Okay.
There was, actually, in the car was 4 including him, sir, and then we had Staff Sergeant Wainwright follow, was either behind the New York State Police or directly behind us.
Okay. So there was a driver and then 2 watching Card,
Yes, sir.
and you kept eyes on him all the time
Yes, sir.
because you were concerned about his behavior,
Yes, sir.
his threat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had how many state troopers behind you?
I believe there were 2, sir.
And then,
There could have been 3, I'm not sure, but I don't think it was any more than 1 or 2 cars.
so you had almost a caravan going to the hospital because of his threats.
Correct, and at the time, like I just said to the doctor, that at that time, I don't specifically recall him making that threat. Watching the video, I remember being there, but yes, based on his behavior, we certainly wanted to keep an eye on him. To include his behavior and posturing up with Staff Sergeant Reed the previous evening.
And then you knew he spent 2 weeks in the psychiatric facility, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew he had guns.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever talk to Sheriff Murray about that?
No, sir.
Do you think that Sheriff Murray would want to know about this?
At that point, I believe First Sergeant Mote had communicated those things to the Saginaw County Sheriff's Office
How do you know that?
based on information being provided down the chain of command.
Did Sergeant Moe tell you he relayed all this information to the sheriff's office?
At some point, yes, he did, sir.
When?
I don't recall.
Was it after September?
I don't recall that information, sir.
Do you know if this information was conveyed to the sheriff's office between early August and mid-September?
I can't answer that, sir. I don't know.
And Sergeant Wainwright is a sheriff as well.
Yeah, he's actually the sheriff of Oxford County. Yes, sir.
Did you talk to him about the possibility of conveying this information to Sheriff Murray? So
I did not, sir.
why not?
I thought it was taken care of, like I earlier stated with First Sergeant Mote.
You would agree it would be important for the Saginaw Sheriff's Office to know this information?
As it applies to their position, yes, I would agree with that. As it applies to possibly a yellow flag law, I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Yes, Jeff.
Did the officer, the state trooper you spoke to for, you said 2 minutes at the Lewiston Police Department, was that a uniformed trooper or non-uniform?
I believe it was, sir.
Uniformed.
Yes, sir.
So you did not try to follow up with any major crimes unit investigators that night?
No, and like I'd stated earlier that I was brought directly in there and that was my opportunity to. And whenever there's a problem, I've always been told, be part of a solution. So based on my lines of communication, I did make a good faith effort to convey that information. And at some point, we were told that coming into the command post wasn't something that people weren't being allowed to just walk in and out of there. So I would say that I agree, like I stated previously, that I could have been more assertive on passing that information along. But in my own defense, I feel like being a deputy sheriff, also responsible for the safety of the community, looking at possible locations where he might be hiding at. I did do my due diligence in reporting that information on 2 separate occasions.
Like turning to September now, you said in your opening statement that you knew about the file 6.
Yes, sir.
And the file 6 was issued, as I understand it, on Friday, the 15th of September. Does that sound right?
I honestly don't know. I'd have to look at it, sir.
But weekend drill is a Saturday and a Sunday, correct?
Yes, sir, typically.
And when you arrived at the Saco Armory on Saturday, were you there after your fellow soldiers, or do you know what time you arrived?
I would imagine I typically always arrive at 07:30, so that's probably right when I got there, sir.
So that's based on routine, not a specific number,
Yes, sir.
because there was nothing out of the ordinary about that weekend drill at that time.
Other than the information about the Saco police officers, the unit, no,
You
sir.
saw when you were driving in, you saw cruises around the.
I don't recall if I saw any cruisers, if they had already left. I'm not entirely sure, sir.
What time is the drill supposed to begin?
07:30.
Okay, so some point that day, did you find out about the file 6?
Yeah, I found out about it before arriving.
Or before you got there?
Yes, sir.
How?
I believe I covered this, but I'll recapture it. I arrived, I made contact with a Saco police officer after being informed there were cruisers outside of our drill hall. And that Saco police
You were told there
officer,
were, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were told there were cruisers and you followed up with a cadet, former cadet,
yes, sir.
and that was before you arrived.
Yes, sir.
I see. And at some point, did you read the file 6?
Yes, sir.
So you know, it described Robert Card as armed and dangerous and to be very careful in approaching it.
I'm not sure if those are the exact words. I know armed and dangerous was in there. Yes, sir.
And this was 2 months after he'd been command directed to have a mental health evaluation. So that was very concerning.
Yes, sir.
And did you find out at some point that Robert Card had apparently spoken to Captain Reamer the night before and said he wasn't even coming?
No, sir.
Didn't know that.
No, sir.
And the night of October 25th, you were sufficiently concerned about Robert Card's behavior that you called Sergeant Reed and told him to leave his home
Yes, sir.
because he might be in danger as well,
Yes, sir.
because of his role in the July effort to get him into an evaluation.
As well as the incident the previous night where Card had evidently had a serious problem with Reed and altercation in the parking lot. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a break here at the moment. I'd like to finish up with Mr. Noyes before we do so.
Just educate me, and when a civilian police department file 6, does the military MP sees that there's an issue, like, what's I mean, if you know that, what's the connection that there's a civilian police identified, there's a risk? How would that get communicated to the military police to say, hey, you have an individual who may show up there?
So I've never been a military police officer. I can speculate that so when a file 6 like this gets entered, it gets entered into NCIC. So if, for instance, if a police officer stopped Robert Card in Massachusetts for a traffic violation and he ran his driver's license, that would come up. I believe the military police have access to NCIC as well, so I would say that other than the unit's owned command making local military police aware, other than that, it would be an NCIC hit, what we call a hit.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Chair.
If not,
Copy of his statement.
if you don't mind, would you give a copy of that
That's
to?
absolutely.
So is this a statement you prepared for the Army or just for today?
No, that's.
Just for today, sir.
It was his testimony, and which we already have in the court reporter, but the extent that we need. Okay, in deference to the court reporter and the ASL interpreters, we'll take a 10-minute break and then we will return 10 minutes by this clock.
Okay.
You were the.
Ahead of you.
Oh, hey, yes, I guess.
Pretty good.
Kevin. There we go. Deputy Noyes has suggested to our investigator that he would like to have an opportunity to add one more thing. And I'm told that it will be short, but in any event, a little unusual, but I'll allow you to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Go right ahead.
The only thing I wanted to add was I had heard members of the commission ask Sergeant Jandreau previously if he had any experience with the yellow flag law and implementing that as a police officer. I've had the occasion to do that several times in Androscoggin County. And just in the interest of hopefully making things better in this state for mental health resources and implementing these types of weapons restrictions orders. I can tell you from my experience, and I've done several of them, that the process, how it's outlined in the statute and the requirements are very cumbersome for law enforcement. And I think that the general public and perhaps even the legislature doesn't understand the complexity, even as it relates to staffing to take care of one of these yellow flag laws. As the commissioner is probably well aware, there's a couple of different.
Likely to be short.
Just another second, sir. It requires a protective custody requirement, which basically means that you can't have the person. There are certainly situations where you have somebody that should be yellow flagged that's also committed a crime. And in some instances, that crime is a mandatory arrest within the state of Maine. So now we're faced with a challenge where do you take them into protective custody or do you charge the mandatory arrest? And then we have hospitals that aren't cooperating with the yellow flag law. So that means we have to reach out to other mental health facilities such as Spurwink to help with it. So I just wanted to say in the effort of maybe helping the mental health crisis that we're in the state, that the yellow flag law would really, in order for it to be an efficient process, would really need to change. So that's all I had to say, sir.
We've had similar comments from district attorney's offices and things like that. I think we're generally aware it on today's purpose. So if there's no objection, I think we'll go to the next witness.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person, Officer Samuel Tlumac. Could you remain standing, sir? Raise your right hand. And I guess maybe I should ask the counsel to introduce himself.
Yes, Justice Watson. My name is Jonathan Goodman and I'm Mr. Tlumac's attorney.
Now, would you raise your right hand? State your name, please.
Samuel Tlumac.
You swear that the testimony you will give in the matter now in the hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. I understand that you are a member of the Maine State Police.
That is correct.
And could you tell us what your position is and perhaps just a very brief history of your service in the Maine State Police?
I'm just a regular road trooper, so I do regular routine patrol duties. I've been with the state police just under 23 years. Prior to that, I worked for the Kennebec Sheriff's Office within their corrections and patrol divisions for approximately 11 years.
And I understand that you were also a member of the Army Reserve and the Saco unit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And could you tell us what your position is there and the length of your service?
My position there is I'm a command sergeant major, so I'm the senior NCO for the entire battalion. And I've been with that unit since April 1st of 2022.
Where were you previously with a different unit?
I was.
Okay, where was that?
So that previously, the unit previous to that was in Springfield, Massachusetts. I was a operations sergeant major.
How long have you been, I mean, you may have said this, but how long have you been in the Army Reserve totally?
So I'll help you out with this. I'll give you a rundown of my military career. All right. I enlisted in the United States Army in October 1984. I was on delayed entry for 10 months, served 4 years active duty with the 82nd Airborne Division. Went on to get off active duty, IR for a year. Went back into the Army Reserves in September of 1990. And at which I served in the reserves in many different capacities, different units throughout Maine and New England. Up until 2010, where I transferred to the Maine National Guard for 6 years, and then came back in 2016, came back into the reserves.
And could you just tell me, I think I understand the sergeant major's role, but could you just tell me how that fits within the hierarchy of the?
So the hierarchy of the battalion, so I, just speaking with Sergeant Jandreau and Sergeant Noyes, Bravo Company, HHD. I'm the senior NCO that's in charge of all those companies. So we have Alpha Company, Bravo Company, Charlie Company, and HHD. So I'm the senior NCO, and my roles and responsibilities are to take care, make sure the soldiers are taken care of. And if you want to call it, the metrics, making sure everybody's deployable and everything, the readiness.
Roughly how many people are in the, I guess it's the Saco Battalion, would that be the correct
Well,
way?
Saco has the HHD, which is the headquarters, and Alpha Company. And then Bravo Company is, that's Bravo Company. Alpha Company is down in New Jersey, just outside of Fort Dix, and Charlie Company's in Schenectady, New York.
How many people are at Saco?
I'd say between HHD and probably between 80 and 100 total, if everybody shows up.
And in your role as Sergeant Major, did you have contact with Robert Card?
I did not.
Do you know Robert Card?
I do not know. I know him now, but I did not know that. I did not have any personal interactions with Robert.
You were one of the officers that we received no statement from. I'm not faulting you for that, but so I really don't have much of a knowledge about your involvement with this incident.
Okay.
I received a bunch of emails and messages last night, which I didn't have an opportunity to review. So could you tell me what has been your involvement with the incident regarding Robert Card?
So my incident involving would be First Sergeant Mote, who's the first sergeant for Bravo Company, would call me up. Master Sergeant Eric Otzel, he's a S3 operations sergeant that's in charge of, that helps run all the missions at West Point. When they have an issue or problem that they can't resolve themselves, or they need guidance, they would call me and ask me.
And did they do that?
And they did do that.
Could you tell me what their request of you was, or why?
So the first call, and I can't remember who called me first, whether it was Master Sergeant Urick or First Sergeant Mote, they told me that they had an issue or something going on with Card. They gave me their thoughts, what they thought they should do. And part of them was try to get him in for an evaluation because he was hearing voices and there was an altercation with Sergeant Reed the day before. They said something's just not right. And so I says, all right, well, I trust you guys, knowing what their civilian capacities are and knowing that they've had certain training. So I says, I trust your judgment. Whatever you need to do it and get it done and let me know.
Obviously, this was while you were in New York as part of the.
Yes, so that was in July, when
Yeah.
the initial July when he was hospitalized, yes.
And you were there in New York as well as.
I was not. I was actually home in Maine.
You were home in Maine. So
Yes.
they called you here in Maine
That's correct.
and outlined the problem. Can you tell us anything more about what they said other than that?
I don't recall everything that happened in that. I just remember.
Do you have something in front of you? Is that a prepared statement?
No, I don't have a prepared statement. All I did is I brought in copies of the text messages in case you had any questions that you wanted me to ask me of them.
Well, I don't have them yet. So
Right.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So you told them to go ahead.
Yes, I told him to go ahead and, I believe First Sergeant Mote told me he'd already talked to Captain Reamer. Gave him the heads up. I believe that. And I advised him that I would also follow up and let the battalion commander Colonel Vasquez, no.
Now, this turned out to be a command-directed examination. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And who issues that direction?
That would be either the company commander or the battalion commander. The company commander usually does that with the guidance of the battalion commander.
And you know on this occasion which one of those did that?
I do not know who made that call.
So it would either be Captain Reamer or, and I've forgotten who the company.
Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez, he's the battalion commander. He's in charge of everybody and everything in the battalion.
I'm not very good at the hierarchy.
So he's the senior officer. I'm the senior non-commissioned officer.
And what was your next involvement, if any, with this?
So my next involvement with anything to do with card would have been First Sergeant Mote had called me up. He had received a phone call from Staff Sergeant Hodgson, former roommate from card. And he had
Could you tell me when that occurred,
that would have been in September.
September?
Yes. And he said that he had received a text message and maybe a phone call. I don't recall which one or both. But there was a concern that Card was off his rocker. And he felt that he said that Card was possibly thinking about, he thought Card was going to shoot up the armory because of what happened to him in New York. And he was very upset with the Army. And so we had a discussion about what we should do. And I said, well, the way I look at it, and what I would suggest you do is call the local department where he lives and have them do a welfare check on him.
Is there any discussion at this point about involving the Saco Police PD in terms of protecting the?
At that time, no, that was simply just to do the welfare check, the Saginaw Sheriff's Office.
And you know who, if anyone, in addition to you, the Sergeant Mote, I believe it was, might have contacted with regard to?
I'm not going to speculate on who he did or didn't call. I just know that he talked to me and I forwarded what the conversation me and him had with the Colonel Vasquez.
I believe that I read somewhere that Captain Reamer gave the direction to seek a welfare check.
Yeah.
Would that be consistent with your understanding?
Yes, yeah, me and First Sergeant Mote had talked about that also, yes.
And were you informed to have any further involvement after that?
As far as file 6, none other than I received a text message the day after it was issued from Master Sergeant Urick, and he actually sent me a copy of a printout of the file 6. And he goes, "Did you know about this?" And I said, "Yes, me and First Sergeant Mote talked about it yesterday."
And what did you and Sergeant Mote discuss? What did you say? You said you talked about it.
We talked about the incident that happened in New York, basically, and then the conversation and the context of the text that he had received from Staff Sergeant Hodgson. And the fact that Hodgson thought that he was going to snap and he was going to come shoot someone at the armory. Because I think he also had asked him to change the gate code. Because there's a code for the gate that you have to get into the parking lots.
Yeah, could you keep your voice up?
Oh, sorry.
What was your comment to Sergeant Mote?
My comment to Sergeant Mote was to go forward with the welfare check and see what we can do to get the local law enforcement involved.
Your next involvement with this, if any?
My next involvement with that would have been the night of the shooting.
Were you ever informed of the results of the welfare check?
Not officially. I had heard, and I don't remember who told me, but the sheriff's office had canceled the file 6 because I had received a copy of file 6 on my, while I was in the capacity as a trooper, seeing the file 6, so I knew about it. And then I had seen that they had canceled the file 6 a short time later. I did not know.
I believe they canceled it a day or so before the incident in October. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Did you have any involvement in once the incident occurred in
Yes.
October?
So the night of the incident, I was actually at West Point, New York, attending a function. And when that happened and it was confirmed that it was Robert Card who was the actual shooter, I called up State Police Dispatch Center in Augusta, to try to get a phone number for someone that was at the incident command post to try to share information. In between that, I received a phone call from another soldier who's also a state trooper who's deployed to Cuba. And he had heard, and he was afraid that Card was on his way to his house to go shoot his family. Because there was a lot of chaos going on that night. Nobody knew exactly what was going on, where he was, or who his targets were.
What did you say?
I told First Sergeant Campbell I would take care of his family. So then that's when I called, that's what provoked me to call the command center, command post.
What did you tell the command post?
So when the person
Who
answered,
did you speak to? Yeah.
so when the person answered the phone was a trooper from New Hampshire. Apparently he was the person that was charged to answer the phones. I don't know. I just know that he's the guy I talked to. I told him what my concerns were. He didn't know who I was. He was kind of brushing me off and a lot of going on. And then I identified myself. Look, I'm not just a CSM. I'm also the trooper from the state police, Maine State Police. And then his tune completely changed and he took all my information. He goes, all right, I'll have somebody call you. And then Sergeant Duda from the Maine State Police called me up, says, hey, how do you know this? And so I told him. And then there was a couple other follow-on calls from a Sergeant Leach, Scott Quintero. They were inquiring information. I said, what do you want to know? I said, whatever I can get for you, I will. They were inquiring about his next of kin, anyone now that might be able to help us locate him. What kind of training, any specialty training, anything that we have on it. This is, give me 5 or 10 minutes. I'll get my full-time staff on it. I'll provide anything and everything I can to help you guys out.
Did you do that?
And I did. So my full-time staff got me copies of his next of kin. They're also inquiring about what his ex-wife's name was and where she lived. So I gave them what information I did have. And I told them that he has no specialized training. He's never deployed. His longest active duty time was 21 days at ADOS, which is, they put him on orders for 21 days for a mission.
You say he had no special training.
No specialized training like sniper training, ranger, airborne, nothing. He's just
Beyond being an instructor.
beyond being a trainer for West Point.
Trainer, I guess that's what it's called. Any further involvement in after the incident beyond this that you've just described?
No, not really. I mean, it's just giving the guidance and providing the information that night.
You didn't participate in the search or?
I did not. I was, like I said, I was in West Point, New York for,
Oh, that's right.
I was, so I
I
got,
say you're the only state trooper in Maine that didn't participate if you were.
well, I would beg to differ. I did participate. So,
Yeah, well, I would demeaning you.
Yeah.
I was.
I
my
did
impression
not
was-
participate in the actual,
Yeah, you
hunt.
weren't-
No.
you weren't here physically.
Attempt to locate. No, I did not. No, not physically.
Okay, anything that you'd like to add to what I've questioned you about?
No, sir.
Are there any questions from any other members?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Trooper, you said that after you got through the New Hampshire trooper and identified yourself as a Maine State trooper, his demeanor changed and he took down your information, and then multiple people from the state police called you to follow up.
Correct.
During any of those conversations, did you provide them with the names of the individuals who were actually at New York with Mr. Card when he was taken into the hospital?
I did not. I was trying, I sent a text message out to the rest of our command folks and Master Sergeant York, inquiring of who the names were of the soldiers that were involved with that.
So-
I
Go ahead.
was gonna say, I know First Sergeant Mote, Master Sergeant York were involved with that, and I knew Sergeant Reed and Sergeant Noyes. And I believe Sergeant Wainwright, those are the names that I actually gave them, that I knew of that were involved, and I was trying to find out if there was anyone else.
Okay, so I think I wasn't clear. So you did give those names to the people that you spoke to from the Maine State Police the night of October 25th?
That's correct.
And did you have any other conversations with members of the command center or state police after the evening of October 25th?
I did not.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. First question, so you being the senior NC for the battalion, do you do his evaluation, Mr. Card's evaluation?
I do not.
Who does that?
That would be, so the way it's broken up in the military is you have a soldier or sergeant, like Sergeant First Class Card, we use him since we're using his name today. He has a raider, which would be a senior to him. And then he would have a senior raider who is senior to to his senior. And that's would be the evaluation chain. That's who does his evaluation.
Okay, but you would be aware of the evaluation anyway, right, the results of it?
Nope.
Do you review? You don't review?
No, I review some of them. Basically, at this point, I just want to make sure they get them done.
Okay.
And we do have conversations about being quantifiable and quality.
And then in New York, they called you for guidance about what to do, and he ended up going to the hospital. During the time he was in the hospital, were you aware of any collateral contact the hospital had with anyone from the unit, whether it's, you yourself or senior, commanders or?
I was not, and I didn't because I had people on ground that would be taking care of that information. And I believe I also gave them instruction just to follow up, to make sure they did a CCIR on the incident. Which the CCIR is a Commander's Critical Incident Report, which is something that we would push up to our higher headquarters.
And once he was discharged, is there a process to evaluate if he's back duty? Like in the police department, you have the fitness return. Do you have something similar in the reserve?
We do. So when he gets discharged, our MedCom and medical people are the ones that will get the information to follow up. And if they have any concerns, and typically this is what happens. I've been in the Army for a long time and I've dealt with this a few times. Not this type of incident to this extreme, but if we don't get any guidance from the medical people or the mental health people, we just assume that everything is good to go unless they tell us different. If there's any red flags or something that the soldier has to have follow-up, they will call us up and say, hey, you need to get this soldier to this place on this date and time.
So in this particular case, how long before he gets that medical assessment? And two, because it was a psychiatric hospital, does a Army psychiatrist review that, or is it just a general physician would review that and determine?
That would go up to our medical department. I don't know who would review that.
The time frame should be within how long? Usually.
Usually within a month.
Okay.
If reserve is a little different than active duty probably would have been done in days.
Okay. And if there was something to say that so-and-so shouldn't return to duty yet, you would know about that?
Yes,
Okay, in this case, you didn't hear anything.
that is correct.
Okay. And you also mentioned lastly, the soldier called like Cuba saying that he thought Mr. Carr was maybe after him. Is there a reason he said that? Like,
So he used to be Sergeant Card's senior guy. So he was the NCO that Sergeant Card fell under. He was his platoon sergeant.
okay. Was any bad blood that happened?
No, and he specifically told me that, the guy was always good with me. I never had any issues or problems.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, thank you for coming. Were you involved in any way with the restrictions on Mr. Card's continued handling of military issued weapons after this whole thing came out?
So I would believe we had that in an order for us as a military. But I'll preface it with this, that Once the July incident, there was no battle assembly in August. So there was no, and we typically don't take our weapons out or any kind of, on an average drill weekend. We only do that if they're doing training or prepping for a class that they're gonna be training at West Point. Or if we go into a range to qualify, which that happens in October.
So he was restricted. He would have been restricted from doing any of that
That is correct.
after July.
That is correct.
Okay. Were you aware at all whether or not there was information from the Four Winds Hospital toward the tail end of his admission there, a recommendation to remove civilian weapons?
No, I was not.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Is the entire battalion deployed to West Point for the training of the cadets?
No, so it's broken down and Sergeant Noyes kind of touched on it. So we have a Sandhurst mission, which is our first mission in April. It's a squad competition, squads from around the world. We send soldiers there to do ups and be part of an evaluation team. They're typically there for 7 or 8 days. And then we do and in May, the mission start training for the West Point cadets. Then we also have a week in June where it's called our day. It's when the new recruits come in, brand new, that's an 8-day mission for us. And then we have the hand grenade range, and then we do a crew serve weapons range. And then we actually.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is this all before you go to West Point?
No, these are all our missions at West Point. Where I'm getting at is our missions are spread out, start in April and go all the way to August. Our entire battalion is not there all at the same time.
So, but specifically about July, when everything happened with Robert Card, was the whole battalion there?
They were not.
And is that why you weren't there also? Because there was no direct need for you to be there?
That is correct.
And I think you said the names quickly, but I couldn't make them out. After October 21st, you spoke to several different detectives about what you knew.
They weren't detectives. So Sergeant Duda he's a patrol sergeant. He's in charge of a section. Sergeant Lee,
Excuse me. That was that night, the night of the 25th.
that was that night. I spoke with him at least 4 or 5 different occasions.
And who else?
Sergeant Leach, he's his capacity within the state police, he's our senior firearms instructor. He had called me twice to ask me follow-up questions on the information I had provided. And Scott Quintero called me. Again, he had a couple of follow-up questions asking me if I could provide certain information that I did give to him. I talked to one other person, but I'm not sure who it was. I don't recall who that other person was.
So would you say in terms of the extent of the information you provided, you probably gave Sergeant Duda the most because you had so many different contacts with him?
I'd say it depends on what they were asking for. I can't recall who I gave the most information to or the most critical information. I guess it depends on what they were actually looking for.
And I think the chair has already mentioned this, but because we just got a whole pile of material last night, which we haven't had a chance to really look at, it includes a lot of text messages from you and to you.
Correct.
You know that. So it may be necessary to have you come back another day once we have a chance to look at that. You understand that?
I do.
Thank you.
Can I ask one last follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. You recommended the welfare check.
Correct.
And so what I'm trying to get at is the level of concern about Mr. Card's access to guns. I know he was restricted from military weapons, but was the welfare check in your mind? Was it related to a concern about him having weapons at home?
It was a concern for what his mental status was, to see if he needed to get further assistance, further help, what was going on. Is there a concern that he has firearms in his house? Yes, if he has again, wearing both hats at the same time, is he a threat to hurt himself or others? That's the whole basis of a welfare check. And then someone would do a further investigation to find out if they deemed that it was possible or not possible. And if they felt that it was, then they would follow through.
Right, and was that explicitly communicated to Saginaw County?
I don't know. I'm not the one that spoke with them.
You refresh my memory about who conveyed the welfare check request to Saginaw?
I believe it was First Sergeant Mote.
Okay, thank you.
I believe.
Follow up, which I forgot to ask earlier. You worked for Kennebec County a long time ago, correct?
Real long time, ago, yes.
But that adjoined Saginaw County?
They did at the time.
Yeah, still does.
Yes.
And were you aware from your work in Kennebec that Saginaw Sheriff's Department is a very small department with only 1 or 2 people working at a time?
In the
Or
corrections
2 or 3.
division, yes.
Pardon me?
In the corrections division.
So potentially though, this welfare check could be a very dangerous situation for an officer by themselves. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you ever see the communications between First Sergeant Mote and the Saginaw Sheriff's Department, including the attached text message from Sergeant Hodgson? Did you
Not
ever see
until after
them?
the shooting.
Pardon me?
Not until after the shooting.
You didn't see them back in September?
I did not. All I saw in September was the actual file 6 itself that was published.
Thank you.
I have, yes, and
You have brought today, text messages and email messages, is that correct?
Just text messages, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Is that our copy?
No, well, he has a copy. I can give you this copy if you would like.
we have it on.
We already have it? Okay,
Yeah,
just
we
want to
have
make
it.
sure we had it. Thank you.
Yep. I just brought them in case you needed a reference. I need.
Just wanted to make, because we were given some this morning, so I wanted to make sure we
We
had
need a
those.
key on how to read it.
But the key is if you start at the top left
Yeah.
and work yourself right.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
That's how PDF printed it for me.
Let me ask you, hopefully what is one final question. It won't be one, I apologize. You mentioned that Sergeant Mote contacted you with regard to the need for a welfare check.
Correct.
And he conveyed to you what he had received from Sergeant Hodgson. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was either by phone or by email or both from Sergeant Hodgson to him.
Correct.
And I don't think I asked you, what was your understanding of the content of that communication to Sergeant Mote?
My understanding of the content was Sergeant Hodgson was concerned about Sergeant First Class Card snapping and shooting up the armory.
The document that I've seen, the email from Mote to others, I've forgotten exactly who it went to, said that Sergeant Hodgson said he had been hit by Mr. Card on the way back from the casino when he said to him, if you keep talking this way, you're going to get yourself into trouble. And he got hit. And he conveyed, was that conveyed to you?
I don't recall that. If it was, I don't remember hearing that.
He conveyed that he understood that Mr. Card had weapons at home. He has them available.
Yes.
Was that conveyed to you?
Yes.
And that he was afraid that he would use it in a mass shooting, specifically saying that. Was that conveyed to you?
Yes, it was.
And I believe that's the only parts of it that I wanted to, essentially all of that was conveyed to you.
Yes, it was.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much, Officer Tlumac.
Thank you.
Down.
Thank you.
Next is Kelvin Mote. Kelvin Mote. I looked at that and thought it was a mistake, so sorry.
Thank you.
And
Matthew Crockett for Mr. Mote.
okay. Mr. Mote, would you raise your right hand, state your name?
Kelvin Mote.
And do you swear that the testimony you'll give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Thank you. And leading off of the examination will be Paula Silsby.
Good morning, Mr. Mote.
Good morning.
How would you, like to be addressed during the course of this conversation?
Frankly, I tell everybody, just call me Mote. It's easy, it's one syllable, it's simple.
All right, I'll do that, Mote.
Thank you very much.
You are a member of the Army Reserve,
Yes, ma'am.
and what is your status?
I'm the first sergeant for Bravo Company.
And are you a part of the troop program unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
Troop Program, or TPU, is just a conglomerate of soldiers that are comprised of different military occupational specialties. And we're all trainers or instructors, so we do that in addition to what our regular MOs would be.
And your time commitments in this capacity are 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks in the summer?
Yes.
And could you explain to us, Mo, what your experience with the Army is? What Army service have you?
Let's see, I joined the Army initially, April of 1988. And I was stationed first at for basic training in Fort Leonard, Missouri. Then I went for my advanced individual training, my job specialty training at Fort Lee, Virginia.
Oh, excuse me, can I ask you to keep your voice up?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Thank you.
I went to advanced individual training at Fort Lee, Virginia, and then I went on to specialized training at Fort Dix, New Jersey. I was then stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas, First Infantry Division. And then from there, I went to Uijeongbu, South Korea, Second Infantry Division with the First Second Aviation Regiment. I finished out my active duty enlistment there. I took a 13-year hiatus or break. And so in 2005, especially, in the shadow of 9/11, I wanted to contribute in some manner. And the opportunity to go with a unit in Bangor is Det 1, 1st and 391st. And it was an instructor unit running ranges for basic training. And then from there, it went on to become, our mission became Cadet Command. So that's where all the ROTC units in the country go to one place. And this point was JBLM, Fort Lewis, Washington. And we run their summer basic training program. Not all of it, just parts of it, ranges, quarter confidence course.
Have you done anything to prepare for your testimony today?
No, ma'am. I mean, other than, I guess I don't understand the question.
Well, prior to appearing this morning, have you done anything to prepare for your testimony? Did you read any reports? Did you talk to anybody?
No. I mean, I watched the video from the New York State Police, obviously, and I have seen some of the Saginaw County interview. I was particularly interested in that.
Did you write any reports concerning your involvement in the card matter other than the narrative that you wrote to send to the Saginaw County Sheriff's Office?
No.
So I am now going to review some matters that we've already gone over because I don't purport to be an expert in anything military. So you are assigned to the Army Reserve base in Saco, is that correct? And that is the 3rd Battalion, 304th Regiment.
Yes, ma'am.
And if I'd understood the earlier testimony, that consists of 2 companies, Headquarters and Bravo, is that?
Headquarters Bravo and Battalion is also based out of Saco as well.
Headquarters, Bravo, and Battalion. And which of those companies are you in?
Bravo Company.
And how many reservists out of the Saukle unit, which I understood to consist of 80 to 100 reservists, how many are in the Bravo company?
74.
And what are the responsibilities of Bravo company?
Bravo Company, we're broken up into several areas of responsibility. Now that changes year by year based on what the needs are at West Point. So we, like Sergeant Major said, we do what's called the Sandhurst competition. We'll have people down there that take care of being graders for the individual competitions that they may have. They may be line safeties. They may work ranges for the competition because there's some shooting involved, pistol, rifle, shooting qualification stuff. So the responsibilities are broken up into several areas. And then when we go down for cadet summer training, which is like the cadet basic training that we all have to go through, we'll have one group that may be doing crew serve weapons familiarization, and another group who may be working on the hand grenade ranges, and then another one on another group of people doing the M320 or the grenade launcher range. So really, it's not one specific duty that we're detailed with or tasked with. It's several.
And do the same people go to do the same people go to individual training? So you're involved with West Point April through August, I understood.
Yes.
Do the same people go in April, or do you switch up who goes when?
Some do. It just depends on, but we have some that have a more flexibility with their civilian occupation. So they're able to do some of Sandhurst and then go do some more with grenades or crew serve weapons. Some, myself, is a good example of that with our agency. I mean, we're a 20 officer department. We have a 95 square mile city that we patrol and we take care of. And it's not easy to take multiple days off in the summertime because everybody wants to take days off in the summertime. It's summertime. So as a result, I don't do as many days as some of the other soldiers do.
And who determines who's going to go when and?
We usually get together with battalion, and Master Sergeant Yurik's one of those people who's in that chain who decides how many people we need. So it's all based upon the needs of the Army. How many people do we need for this mission? Let's use crew serve weapons as an example. You're going to need line safeties and instructors, and then you're going to need people in the ammo point, OSC and COSC. So there's a number of people that are going to have to be on that particular range. And as a result, we say, okay, these guys did it last year. This is how many we need, and tag, you're it. You're going.
And what do you do during your weekend drills?
Weekend drills are comprised, you know, you've heard this term before, metrics. Basically, it's making sure that soldiers have done their online training, the mandatory online training. It's making sure that they're making their appointments for their, dental, hearing, physical health assessment, all that sort of stuff. It's making sure they're deployed. That's a large part of it, unfortunately. But the rest of it is based on whatever mission you're particularly put out to do. So say, for instance, again, I pick on crew serve weapons. So you're going to go to crew serve weapons. You need to know that weapon system intimately. You need to know the nomenclature. You need to know how it operates, how to take it apart, how to put it back together. So this is stuff that we work on so that when we're teaching the cadets at West Point, we do it professionally. And there's no break.
And during your weekend drill, is that considered active duty?
I never thought of it like that, but I guess it could be. Yes,
And your 2 weeks in the summer?
yes,
or
ma'am. That's
in
on
the other
orders.
months that you go to West Point, is that considered active duty?
Yes, ma'am. When you're on orders. Yes.
No. What is your current rank?
In the Army,
Yes.
first sergeant. That's E8.
And would you describe for me, please, what your chain of command is?
The next up on my chain of command is Captain Reamer. He's the company commander. And then from there, Command Sergeant Major Tlumac. Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez.
And is Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez assigned to Saco?
He's battalion commander, so he's basically, he's in charge of every person in probably in 3304.
And where is he physically?
He is in Saco,
So,
but he spends his time in different locations because he makes sure and visit. I call them the satellite units.
now what is your primary military occupational specialty called?
I have two. There's 88 Mike or 88 Mike, 88M, 88 Mike. It's a transportation management
I'm
special.
sorry, I don't, 88
M.
M?
8M.
Okay.
And then there's 92 Fox or F. What that is transportation management specialist for 88, and for 92, it's petroleum supply specialist.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, petroleum supply specialist.
If you could keep your voice up, it would help.
I apologize.
Soft spoken, which is inconsistent with your background, but
And do you also have a duty occupational specialty code?
It's called a 8 identifier. That is a certified instructor for the United States military. Understanding your question, yes.
Okay. And what are your duties and responsibilities within Bravo Company?
I'm the senior non-commissioned officer for Bravo Company and advisor to the commander. I oversee implementation of training for the readiness for our summer missions or our annual training missions. I oversee pretty much everything. I make sure that that the committee chiefs for each platoon. So within our company, there's 3 platoons plus a headquarters in our platoon as well, in our company as well. And I make sure that they're taking care of getting their personnel through the training that they're supposed to get through, that they're setting up their appointments for their doctor's appointments, their vision, hearing, eyes, stuff like that, so that our metrics line up and our soldiers are deployable. I make sure that the non-commissioned officer evaluation reports are being done. Basically, that's like in a civilian job, it would be your yearly evaluation. So I'll make sure those are getting done and getting it done correctly. I help the commander and we come through, we figure out training schedule. It's called an extended training schedule. We try to have that 90 days out so that soldiers, when they show up, they know what we're going to be working on that weekend, what our mission is going to be as far as what training needs to be done, where we're going to be at, if we're going to be somewhere else, doing something like going to a land navigation course to the University of Maine at Orono is a good example. We did that when I was in Bangor. So those are all kind of in that wheelhouse, if you will, of my responsibilities for the company.
And how many reservists do you supervise?
74. Well, I take that back. It's 73. I don't supervise the commander. He supervises me.
And do you regularly attend the weekend drills?
Yes, ma'am. There is occasion. I mean, if we have an issue at work and they have no coverage, I mean, sometimes it's understandable that that's going to happen.
And if you don't attend weekend drills, do you need permission?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, are you allowed a certain number of drills that you can miss?
Yes, ma'am. You can only, so let me qualify that with saying an unsatisfactory attendance is different than a rescheduled training. Unsatisfactory, you just don't show up, or you say, I'm not coming, or whatever, and you just don't show up. Rescheduled training, you can make those days up. So, for instance, I'm going to make a 1 day up because I have to turn in some gear and get new gear issued. So as a result, I'm doing that during the week when we're not on drill status. And so I can submit for that, and get that, make up that day.
And do you routinely attend the 2-week summer training at West Point?
Yes, ma'am.
What authority do you have in your capacity as a senior non-commissioned officer of those you supervise, other than during weekend drills and during your 2 weeks in the summer?
None.
And again, how long have you been assigned to the Saco base?
I came to Saco in 2015.
And have you held the same rank since 2015?
E8, yes, ma'am.
And have you held the same duty occupational specialty code since then?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. In front of you, Mote, you have marked document 1, the Department of Defense Instruction 6490.04. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the mental health evaluations of members of the military services. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is this also known as a command directed mental health evaluation?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with this instruction?
No, ma'am.
Is this the first time you've seen this instruction?
We may have had a passing class, but I don't recall this. No, ma'am.
Okay, well, I will, as you can see from document 1, this establishes the policies and procedures that govern the referral of service members for mental health evaluations and emergency mental health evaluations. On page 1, do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it also mandates training for all service members on how to recognize service members who may require mental health evaluations for dangerousness to self, others, or mission based on the service member's behavior or apparent mental status. Do you see that on pages 3 and 9?
Three looks familiar now, so that's coming to you. That first page threw me, sorry. Paragraph G. G, sir, on what page?
No.
Page 3, correct. There we go. Yes. Yes. I apologize. The first page kind of threw me off. It doesn't look
Having
familiar
a
at all.
chance to look at it, is it now familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And this training, if you refer to page 9, the training that you're required as a service member to have includes, among other things, recognition of potentially dangerous behavior, appropriate use of civilian police authorities, and administrative management of such cases. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, have you received this training?
Yes, ma'am.
How often have you received this training? The instruction requires annual training.
I'm looking at it. Yes, it is done yearly. It's usually done at battalion level. So when they have the entire battalion together, we get that done.
So for how many years have you received this training?
Since 2005, so 19 years.
And again, how is it provided?
It's provided by a certified instructor, someone who is licensed, certified, or appointed based on that certification to give that instruction. And usually it's done at the battalion level when we have like a battalion drill, if you will. Then we have the whole battalion together, and that is presented at that time.
And do those locations differ
Yes,
yearly?
A lot of times it's at Fort Dix, but it also could be down in Massachusetts, at Fort Evans.
And when you say a certified instructor, what is that instructor certified in?
Someone who's trained in mental health.
Behavioral health? Now, going on, the instruction provides that a referral for a service member for a command-directed mental health evaluation must be made by a commander or a supervisor or commissioned officers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's not you.
No, ma'am.
And within Bravo Company, that would be Captain Reamer.
Yes.
And the instruction goes on to provide that the commander or supervisor is required to refer a service member for an emergency mental health evaluation whenever, and I'm referring to page 2, the service member by actions or words such as actual, attempted, or threatened violence intends or is likely to cause serious injury to himself or others. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When the facts and circumstances indicate that the service member's intent to cause such injury is likely, correct? And when the commanding officer believes that the service member may be suffering from a severe mental disorder.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar, Mote, with the Army Reserve Psychological Health Program?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your understanding of what that program is?
The Army Psychological Program is basically, it's twofold, actually. Its primary focus is on soldiers returning from combat. I'm sorry, its primary focus is soldiers returning from combat missions overseas to ensure the health and welfare of those soldiers. And they're done by a couple of venues. One's a periodic health assessment, basically where questions are asked, soldiers respond in kind, and they take that health assessment and they look for any learning answers, I guess, would be the best way to answer that. And they also look in, and they're responsible for the overall health and safety of participating members, soldiers themselves, whether they've been overseas or not.
So, the website, which is available concerning this behavioral psychological health program, says that it offers behavioral health services to soldiers and family members who need them, assists operational leadership through command consultation, counseling, and other resources for reservists, families of reservists, and command. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And it also goes on to state that it provides subject matter expertise on behavioral health matters and procedures, such as command directed behavior health evaluations, offers consultation upon request or following a command critical incident response for commanders. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And it further goes on for benefits that are offered to soldiers and their families. It offers clinical assessment and referrals for mental health. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Provides case management.
Yes, ma'am.
And it serves as a liaison for civilian providers and Army policy requirements. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And advocates for care coordination and continuity. And it facilitates communication with leadership.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mote, in addition to being in the Army Reserves, you're also a law enforcement officer with the Ellsworth Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And you hold the rank of corporal.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
24 years.
How long of those, many of those 24 years have you spent in Ellsworth?
23.
And you joined the Ellsworth Police Department in 1999?
Yes, ma'am, 1999.
And have you served continuously in that department to date?
No, ma'am. I did a brief hiatus with the Department of Defense, Police, where I was sent down to FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glenn County, Georgia, graduated the Uniform Police Training Program 519. And then I served a short time with the DoD Police.
And what are your duties in the department as corporal?
I'm the training supervisor, so I manage training. I set up training for our officers, facilitate our yearly training. Mandated by our accreditation. Would you like examples of that or?
No.
Okay. I'm also supervise, 2 officers on the day shift for rotation, for patrol shift, approve reports. And I also take, calls and complaints from what's called a working corporal. So I also take accident reports and the like.
And do you hold any special certifications with respect to the Maine Criminal Justice Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
I'm a certified, field sobriety testing instructor. Certified intoxilizer, instructor. I'm the senior firearms instructor for the city, both rifle and pistol, or urban rifle and pistol.
Senior firearms instructor for the Maine Criminal Justice Academy.
For the Ellsworth Police
For the
Department.
Ellsworth Police.
So I'm a de-escalation instructor, specialize in training our guys on how to de-escalate situations to try to keep them from turning aggressive or violent. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Now, you have in your capacity as a member of the Ellsworth Police Department received mental health training, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your first such training, at least according to your training transcript, reflects that you received training in 2002 on mental health issues. That was an 8-hour course taught by the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Do you recall that?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And included in that training were learning how to talk to people who are hallucinating and delusional,
Correct.
diffusing difficult and or dangerous situations,
Yes, ma'am.
communicating with people who are psychotic,
Yes, ma'am.
and crisis interventions. Now, your second mental health training was a 2-hour course in 2004, again taught by a National Alliance on Mental Health Illness instructor. You call that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recall being included in that training?
It was basically a condensed version of the first. It's where I gained the analogy that as a law enforcement officer, I can't diagnose. But anyone can see if an animal has a hurt paw that he's hurt. And then they look and they find blood, maybe he's got a paw that's hurt or cut. And if they look further, maybe they'll see he stepped on some glass. So they put all of those things together, and that gives me enough information to know that their dog needs to go to the vet.
To seek specialized.
Seek specialized treatment, correct. It helped me basically to piece together, given the totality of circumstances, to piece together what I'm seeing and to be able to identify it, whether it is a problem or not, and act on that problem.
Your next training was in April of 2011 on emotionally disturbed persons. That was a 2-hour training at the Hamden Police Department. What do you recall learning of that?
Emotionally disturbed not necessarily comes down to mental health. It also has to do with domestic violence. You show up at a domestic violence scene. Once you're trying to ascertain who the predominant aggressor is, and in order to do that, you have to have a conversation. So emotionally disturbed can be someone who's in a heightened state of distress, and you're trying to work with them to calm them down so that you can get the information you need to be able to prosecute that scene effectively.
And in December of 2022, you received 3 hours of training on law enforcement response to mental health calls.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a Maine Criminal Justice Academy mandatory training, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Taught by Dirigo.
Jericho Safety, yes, ma'am.
And this training, helps you define who is a mentally ill individual.
Yes, ma'am. It helps me to put those pieces together, not necessarily define if there's an actual mental health issue, because I can't do that. I'm not a doctor, but it helps us to put those pieces together.
And, it identified for you different types of mental health disorders.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of those was schizophrenia. And schizophrenia was defined as psychotic symptoms include hallucinations when a person hears things that are not there.
Yes, that's correct.
Have you taken the NAMI 40-hour crisis intervention team training?
I have not. I mean,
So you're not a member of the CIT? Now, what training, Mote, have you received on protective custody orders and weapons restriction orders?
I did the yellow flag law training. I've actually implemented the yellow flag law before this incident happened.
And that training was in April of 2023, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned that you have experience with seeking a yellow flag order,
Yes, ma'am.
and was that in April of 2023? When was that?
No, ma'am. That was in September of 2023.
And could you describe, well, first let me ask you this. Did you seek the order yourself or did you
I did.
supervise somebody who sought it?
I did it.
So in September of 2023, you sought a yellow flag order. Were you successful in obtaining it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the circumstances of that case?
There was a threat of violence towards a family member with then that threat of violence being the use of a weapon. The person was somewhat delusional, having some delusional thoughts. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I protect me and the person that I'm talking about.
You don't need to name names.
So anyway, that was the gist of it, and this had come as a culmination of responses that we had had from mental health checks or check well-beings done on this individual. So when the threat of violence came, or the threat that, there might be some violence, we believed it to be credible enough so that we went to the house. I took two officers with me. They posted on each end or each corner, and I made contact with them, the person inside, after a little bit. And I said, "You've got to come outside now." And he did, and we took him to the hospital. Spurlink is the contact that we have for the yellow flag law. Sorry, excuse me. I did my probable cause statement, sent that to Spurlink. Spurlink in turn did a video interview with this person at the ER. After that video interview was done and their assessment was they agreed with me, then we had the request for the warrant request for the committal that was signed by a judge. Then we took it back up. That person has to sign that and say that they voluntarily give up their weapons. If they do not, then we would have had to have gone and got a search warrant for the house and taken those weapons at that point. In this instance, we did not have to do that. That person gave us permission. And we went in and removed those weapons.
Right, and this incident where this individual was the 40-year-old man with symptoms that were consistent with mania and psychosis.
Yes, ma'am.
With paranoid delusions.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your case. And do you know whether, this individual, after you obtained the yellow flag, or ultimately ended up being hospitalized? If you don't know, that's fine.
I do know, I'm just trying to be careful here. It's a fine line that we walk with respect to my knowledge of what happened. I just don't want to get myself into.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking if you know.
I do,
You do know?
I do.
And was he hospitalized?
No,
No.
no, ma'am.
And how long did this, you said you made several being checks before taking him into protective custody?
There was several well-being checks done before those threats of violence were made.
You know, over what period of time?
Oh, I would say maybe about 4 weeks, maybe a little bit less.
And when was the most recent well-being check before you took him into protective custody?
It would have been 3 days before the actual probable cause.
And from the time you took him into protective custody until you obtain your yellow flag order, how long did that take?
Well, 20 hours.
And at the time you approached his home, take him into protective custody, you were aware that he was in the home and armed?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many of you were involved in taking him into protective custody?
Just 3.
Three.
That's all we had working that day. I mean, if we needed more, there was also the deputy chief, captain, there was others. I'm sorry, there was others there that we could have called on
When you say there, you mean in the department?
at the police department. Yes, ma'am.
Now I'd like to turn,
Maybe if you're turning to another subject, we're 5 minutes of 12, perhaps this would be a good spot to stop. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock and we will stand in recess until then.
Thank you.
Okay, we will resume and Sergeant Mote is still on the stand and you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. So we're now going to turn our attention to Robert Card.
Okay.
When did you first meet Robert Card?
When I came to the unit in late 2015,
And at that time, what was his rank?
he was sergeant first class.
And his primary military occupation specialty code was that of petroleum supply specialist,
I believe it was, yes, ma'am.
like yours?
Yes, ma'am.
And his duty code was that of instructor.
A trainer, yes, ma'am.
At some point, was he promoted to senior trainer?
He was.
And that would have been in 2020, 2021?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
Now, was this the duty code that he held as of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a trainer and then a senior trainer, his duties were as you've previously described?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Were you his direct supervisor?
I was not.
Who was?
He was in,
You can't remember that?
I can't remember right off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
And how was Robert Card in Bravo Company?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And how often did you see him?
In passing mostly, or during training or train up, getting ready for training. I would see him, especially if he was giving a class to demonstrate that he had the knowledge of the subject matter down pat. So I would observe him at that point, give pointers, that sort of thing.
Did you have occasion to socialize with him either during weekend drills or on the 2-week summer training?
No, ma'am.
And were you aware that Sergeant Card had enlisted in the Army Reserves in 2002 in Maine?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the term home of record or HOR?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is a service member's HOR is the state where they enlisted.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So if Sergeant Card had enlisted in Maine, Maine would be his HOR, is that?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Did you do his yearly evaluations?
I did not. The yearly evaluations would have fallen to his platoon sergeant, and then the senior rater would have been his committee chief, who is like a master sergeant. That's over there.
All right, so the review, the evaluations for non-commissioned officer are all the same
Yes, ma'am.
form. And that evaluation includes rating categories of presence, intellect, leads, develops, and achieves, and then there's an overall rating.
That's correct, yes.
Now, in Sergeant Card's rating period from April 2022 to April 2023, he received an overall rating of exceeded expectations. Were you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have an occasion to review the evaluations that were done?
No, ma'am.
All right, the rater comments stated at the heart of this NCO is an effective trainer that demonstrated the ability to work directly with new cadets efficiently and with great care to ensure they safely became capable to skill level 1 tasks. This NCO showed a dedication to the stewardship of the profession, an ability to train future leaders with great care for their safety and well-being, and constantly showed the true hallmarks of a senior NCO. Did you agree with that description of Sergeant Card as of April 2023?
As of the end of annual training in 2022, absolutely.
This is his 2022,
22 to
2023 rating.
Correct.
And the company commander, who would have been Captain Reamer,
Yes, ma'am.
was the senior rater and stated that FSC Card is a consummate professional with the knowledge and skills of more senior NCOs. He's excelled as a squad leader, mentoring his troops to be among the best. SFC card should be sent to his next NCOES and promoted with his peers. What's an NCOES? Non-commissioned officer?
Education school or not school.
Did you agree with Captain Reamer's assessment as of April 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any input into these evaluation reports?
Not for the sergeant card, no.
Now, have you read the Bangor Daily News article of January 2024 entitled "Maine Soldiers Grapple with How Their Friend Became a Mass Killer"?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't interviewed for that article?
They tried. I said no.
One reservist in the article and a friend of Sergeant Card's described him as a quiet guy who was effective and a hard worker, a quote, glue guy, unquote, a guy you could count on when he said he was going to do something. As of April 2023, did you agree with that description of Robert Card?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first hear anything about Robert Card's unusual behavior?
I believe it's in the text messages. I think it's actually on the table here in front of me. There was a text, there was a phone call rather from Saginaw County Sheriff's deputy. And I shared the transcription of that voicemail that he had left.
Well, if I could start.
I'm sorry.
From the variety of documents I read, it's my understanding that you first started hearing rumors about his behavior prior to receiving the call from Saginaw.
Correct.
All right. When was that?
I would say in the May timeframe, late April, early May.
And what did you learn or hear?
Well, I heard through innuendo rumor, basically, scuttlebutt, that he was talking about that someone had called him a pedophile at his job. Had made reference to him being gay and had also made comment about certain bodily appendages. And that he had gotten into some trouble over there.
Did you hear this from Staff Sergeant Hodgson?
Hodgson and Staff Sergeant Reed.
And was Staff Sergeant Hodgson
I have trouble with it too.
in Bravo Company?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have.
Was he one of those that you supervised?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you heard this, did it cause you any concern?
No, not from those remarks, no.
Did you do anything with the information?
No, ma'am.
Were the reports consistent with the individual described in the evaluation?
No, ma'am.
So why didn't you do something to check further into the reports?
It was nothing that took place on military time. So it was something that came about after the fact.
And
Sorry.
did you report it to Captain Reamer?
Yes, we spoke about it.
What was that discussion?
This is what I heard, and I'm trying to remember I can't remember the exact conversation. This is what Hodgson had told me and what Reed had told me.
Was there any decision made by Captain Reamer to look further into these reports?
I can't testify to that because I don't know.
Nothing he shared with you?
No, ma'am.
Following receiving these reports, the end of April, the 1st of May, did you see Sergeant Card at weekend drills?
I believe he was at the May drill.
Did you make any observations of him at that time?
I made it a point to observe from a distance, if you will. I saw nothing out of the ordinary. He was, like, for instance, in the drill hall there, he was talking with other soldiers. I mean, things, it was normal.
Did you speak with him yourself?
I did not, no, ma'am.
Directing your attention to Wednesday, May 3rd. On that date, did you receive a voicemail message from Deputy Carlton from the Saginaw County Sheriff's Office asking you to call him?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you called him back,
Yes, ma'am.
and what did he tell you at that time?
So the family had concerns about, Card and about some voices, hearing voices, paranoid. And, the family, they wanted to remain anonymous in reporting this and wanted me to do something about it. And I explained to them, they're gonna have to get him to Toga or to a hospital because I have no authority whatsoever over him when it's not during drill or on orders.
Did you learn in that conversation with Sergeant Carlton or Deputy Carlton that Robert Card had moved recently 10 to 15 handguns and rifles from his brother's house to his house, and that his son was concerned?
No, ma'am.
Well, if I told you that Deputy Carlton had that in his report, would that refresh your recollection?
No, ma'am, it doesn't.
Do you have any reason to disagree with Deputy Carlton's report to that effect?
I do not. No.
Did you learn from Deputy Carlton in that conversation that 2 to 3 weeks earlier, when Robert Card's son had stopped at his father's house to visit him, that Sergeant Card became very angry and accused his son of saying things behind his back?
I did.
And did you learn that Sergeant Card's brother said that when he drinks heavily, he rants about having to shoot someone?
I don't remember that, ma'am.
And the family thought that the best way to get him help was through the Army Reserves.
Yes.
Now, what did you tell Sergeant Carlton in that conversation?
The best option for them at the moment was, because he's not on reserve status, was to take him to the hospital, to get him to the hospital for an evaluation.
Did you, and Robert Card was never activated, was he?
No, ma'am, he was never deployed.
Did you understand that as a non-activated Army reservist, he was entitled to care at Togus?
I did not, because at the time I thought he had been activated. And that's why I suggested.
Did you at any time tell Sergeant Carlton about the Army Reserve Psychological Behavioral Health Program?
I explained to him that as a reservist, he could take him to Togus, and that based on all the stuff he had told me, that he probably would be able to get an evaluation or to get some help or be sent in the right direction.
Did you advise Deputy Carlton at that time that there was an upcoming training exercise and that you were going to call Captain Reamer immediately and start to figure out options to get Sergeant Card help?
We did.
And what was that upcoming training exercise?
That was in May. That was going to be down in it was either Fort Devens or Fort Dix. I can't remember.
And when was it scheduled?
The end of the month in May.
I did the information that you learned from Deputy Carlton, coupled with the information that you had heard from Staff Sergeant Hodgson, concern you?
Yes, at that point, it started to concern me, yes.
Now, at the end of the day, on May 3rd, Deputy Carlton called you back, is that correct?
That is correct.
And he told you that he had spoken with Sergeant Card's brother and learned that his behavioral changes had started in February when he got hearing aids.
Correct.
Was that new information for you?
It was.
And after your conversations with Deputy Carlton, did you call Captain Reamer?
No, not immediately, not that day.
And why not?
Because he basically was just following up on what he had researched after the fact and about the hearing aids.
On Thursday, May 4th, you received a voicemail message from Deputy Carlton, is that correct?
That is correct.
And he told you at that time that Sergeant Card's brother and sister had visited him the night before and that he'd answered the door with a gun talking about people outside casing his house.
Yes.
And that the conversation with his brother and sister had gone well, and that Sergeant Card had agreed to see a doctor about the paranoia and voices he was hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Sergeant Card's ex-wife had asked the Army Command be updated and asked that the Army approach Robert, but leave the family out of it, because they wanted to avoid Robert knowing the initial call had come from the family.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were provided Robert Card's brother's cell phone as a contact.
Yes, ma'am. He left that in the voicemail.
Now, you called Deputy Carlton back later that day. And what did you tell him?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but the gist of it was if he's making these threats, they need to get him to the hospital.
Did you tell him that the plan was to sit down with Sergeant Card in the near future and see if they could get him to open up about what was going on?
That was part of it, yes.
And Deputy Carlton at this time again told you that Robert had answered the door with a gun the day before. Is that right? Now, when you told Deputy Carlton that the plan was to sit down with Sergeant Card in the near future, what plan were you talking about?
Well, basically to talk with him and see if those the conditions manifested themselves with us. What what are you hearing? Where are you hearing it? That sort of thing. That was going to be the plan.
And did this additional information that Deputy Carlton provided you heighten your concerns?
It did. That's why I told him he needed to get him to a hospital.
Did you call Sergeant Card's brother yourself?
I did not.
Did you pass Sergeant Card's brother's phone number on to Captain Reamer or anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell Captain Reamer about this additional information that you learned?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that conversation?
It was just brief. I relayed what the information was on that voicemail and what we had talked about.
Did you provide Sergeant Card's brother's telephone number to Captain Reamer?
I don't know if it was then or if it was after the fact. After in July that number was supplied to me.
Now, focusing on the time period between May 4th and June 2nd, what involvement, if any, did you have with Robert Card?
I didn't have any involvement with it.
Did you see him at weekend drill in May?
I do not recall seeing.
The training that you indicated was scheduled for the end of May. Did you attend that training?
Yes.
Did Robert Card attend the training?
I can't remember. I would have to look at
Well,
the.
did you have any conversations with Robert Card between May 4th and June 2nd?
I did not know.
Do you know whether Captain Reamer had any conversations with him during that period of time?
No, ma'am. I do not know that.
Do you know if anybody spoke with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you speak with anybody during this time period about Robert Card and what options the Army Reserve had to help him?
No, ma'am.
And you've indicated that you never called his brother, is that right?
That is correct.
So the plan that you had discussed with Deputy Carlton to talk to Robert Card in the near future did not occur during May.
That I don't know. I don't know if Captain Reamer spoke with him or not. And
But you weren't involved in
was not.
speaking. Right now, focusing on June 2nd of 2023, did you receive a voicemail from Deputy Carlton on June 2nd?
Yes,
And what did it say?
that one I'm not familiar with. I'd have to refresh my memory and I don't have anything in front of me.
That may have been part of the materials that were received late last night. I have not had an opportunity to review those. But that may, if you have those with you, that may.
I don't know. Whatever's in front of me here, I don't even know where this came from, to be honest with you. No, this is just in reference to a text later.
Well, do you recall actually speaking with Deputy Carlton on June 2nd after
No, ma'am.
receiving his voicemail?
I don't.
Did you ever speak with Deputy Carlton again after June 2nd?
September 15th,
Would that have been Deputy Carlton or Sergeant Schofield?
maybe it was Sergeant Schofield.
Now, from June 2nd until July 15th, did you have any conversations with Robert Card?
No, ma'am,
Did he attend weekend drill in June?
I don't know.
Did you take any action during this June 2nd through July 15th time period with respect to Sergeant Card?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk to anybody about Robert Card?
No, ma'am.
What was the status of the plan to get Sergeant Card help?
That might be in reference, that last voicemail that we had talked about. I don't have it in front of me. I know there was another, the three that I provided to the council that we had, the voicemail transcriptions. One of them was the brother and the sister had an intervention with Robert Card. He was going to see his doctor. And or they were going to have him see a doctor or talk to someone about hearing the voices, and that's the last voicemail message I remember getting from them.
But that was the family's plan,
Right.
correct? What was the,
Sorry. I'm not talking loud enough
Oh.
again. Sorry.
what was the Army Reserve's plan to sit down with Robert Card that you had told Deputy Carlton was going to be explored?
That I do not know.
But in any event, nothing was done with respect to Robert Card between May 4th and July 15th.
To my knowledge, no.
Now, in July, there was going to be a training, 2-week training session at West Point, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what was this particular training going to be?
So I was down with members of my company for crew serve weapon familiarization. Crew serve weapon
Crew
familiarization.
serve weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. what-
Familiarization. Those are-
Familiarizations, yes.
Those are machine guns, for lack of a better term. 49 SAW and the 240 Bravo. One shoots a 5.56 round, the other shoots a 7.62 by 35.
High power weaponry.
Yes, ma'am. And they have a cyclic rate, which means they fire fully automatic. So basically, it's a familiarization for the West Point cadets so that they can understand, how the weapon works, how to aim it, how to fire it.
And that was going to occur over the course of 2 weeks in July.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Who was scheduled to go on this training mission?
Wow. That's a tall order. There's
How many
from
people?
15 to 20, anywhere from 15 to 20, including myself.
And among those 15 to 20 was Sergeant Card?
Yes.
And what were his specific responsibilities going to be?
He was going to be a lane
Crew
safety.
serve weapons
sorry.
familiarization.
Apologize for talking over you. He was going to be a lane safety.
Lane safety?
Yes, ma'am. That's a person who stands in a particular position, watches over the fires to make sure everything's safe, that the fires are conducting the evolution or the training cycle safely. The weapon stays pointed down range. They're not doing anything that's going to hurt themselves or other people.
And he was scheduled to do that for 2 weeks?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Was he himself going to be firing any of these weapons?
No, ma'am.
Did he have access to those weapons while he was, or was he going to have access to those weapons?
Yes, ma'am. A little bit on the line.
Given the information that you had received from Deputy Carlton, did you consider not having Robert Card attend this training?
No, ma'am.
Did you discuss that possibility with anybody?
No, ma'am.
So did you and the others that were scheduled to attend the training travel together or separately?
Separately.
And when did you arrive in West Point? July 16th was a Sunday? That helps you?
It would have been Friday. Friday or Saturday.
Okay,
So it would have been
14th to the
the
15th.
14th to the 15th, yes, ma'am.
And where were you staying?
I was staying at Camp Natural Bridge.
Who was staying there with you?
There was a few. I don't have that list in front of me.
Was Master Sergeant Urick staying there too?
No, ma'am. He was staying at Camp Smith.
And was there some reason that you were staying there and you weren't staying collectively?
Yes, ma'am. So the Camp Natural Bridge is a bunch of tents that have air conditioning blowing in one side and heat blowing out the other. It doesn't cost anything for us to stay there. So as a result, I'm getting older. I'd like to retire someday, so I don't spend money. I don't have to. So I stayed with my other guys at Camp Natural Bridge because everything's paid for.
All right, where were others staying that weren't staying in the tents?
I was in the tents and there was some staying at Camp Smith. And the lodging at Camp Smith, they call it lodging. It's like a hotel.
And that is the location that we heard about earlier today.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, were you contacted in the early morning hours of the evening of the 16th about an incident involving Robert Card?
I don't have my notes in front of me, but I thought it was on the 15th.
Well, about 1:30 in the morning of the 16th.
And because I showed up at Camp Smith around 10 p.m. that night, the 15th.
Well, we're talking about 1:30 a.m. on the 16th.
I apologize. I know the night of the 15th at 9 o'clock, I was contacted by Master Sergeant Urick.
Okay. And Master Sergeant Urick told you what at that time?
He said that there had been a confrontation between Card and Reed when they went on a pizza run, beer and pizza run at the local little convenience store just down the street from the lodging at Camp Smith. And that he had made some statements that he was hearing voices, that the guys were calling him a pedophile. Again, those same three.
Reports that were familiar.
Yes, ma'am.
Consistent with what you.
Correct. And that there had actually been a confrontation at this point, so it had escalated. And then on the way back up the hill to lodging, Card had made the statement of to the effect of, I don't know if this is verbatim, but I'll take care of it. And then once he got back up to the lodging, he went to his room.
And upon learning this information, were you concerned?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Well, from the previous calls that we had gotten from Saginaw County Sheriff's Department, saying basically the same things. And now we're on camp at West Point, getting ready to do a mission with crew serve weapons. And so that concerned me greatly.
Is Master Sergeant Urick your superior?
No, he's in battalion, so we're company level, he's battalion level, and what he does there is he supervises and confirms that the individual companies know how to give the block of instruction they're supposed to give and to do it correctly. So he's basically quality control for battalion.
So after this phone call, what did you do?
I drove straight to Camp Smith. Like Sergeant Noyes said, that was during the time when they had all those really bad storms. So it took about an hour to get there because I had to go all the way around Bear Mountain.
Did you, confront Sergeant Card at that time?
No, I got there, because I wanted more information from what they were telling me. I wanted to know what had happened, what was said, what was done. So after, about 45 minutes or so, speaking with, Sergeant Wainwright, Sergeant Noyes, and Sergeant Reed, and Master Sergeant Urick. It was that point, it was time to talk to Bart. We needed to know what was going on.
What did you do?
We were knocked on the door a couple of times. You know, I don't want to use the verbatim language, but basically he told us to go away and leave him alone.
Using an obscenity.
Yes, ma'am. And to which we replied, we can't do that. So we knocked some more. He comes to the door, just wearing a pair of shorts and says, you know, what do you want? You know, people need to mind their own. We asked him what was going on. And he said, people just need to mind their own business and stop calling me names and talking about me behind my back. It's making him angry, to be polite. Then he closed the door. And so we knocked some more. And he opened the door up just a little bit, told us again to leave him alone, go away. At that point, Master Sergeant Urick actually put his foot in the door so he couldn't slam it, but he ended up slamming it anyway.
All right, what observations did you make about Robert Card at this time?
Well, this time he was still saying that people were talking about him. He was hearing people calling him names. And I know those soldiers. They were not calling him these names. There is,
Well, did they deny calling him those names?
absolutely. They wouldn't have. So couple that with the fact that he wouldn't open that door very far and let us into that room. There was a concern that maybe he had weapons, that my concern was maybe he had a weapon in him.
Do you recall being interviewed by Maine State Police Detective Leonard and James on October 26th? It was
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
and do you recall telling them at that time that when you confronted Sergeant Card, he gave you the 1,000-yard stare?
I do.
And what did you mean by that?
1,000-yard stare, it can be described a lot of ways, but mainly it's an empty staring right through you, not paying any attention to you at all whatsoever. Non-blinking, just almost completely cognizant absent, or an absence of cognizance. It's like they're in a different plane.
Now, after speaking with Noyes, Wainwright, Reed, and Master Sergeant Urick, did you contact Captain Reamer?
That night, no, ma'am, we took more action.
What did you do?
I made the decision that we were gonna go get a key to that room and do a health and welfare inspection.
Now, was Captain Reamer present at West Point at this time?
No, ma'am.
Would he normally have been there at this point?
Last year was unique. We only have so many days of annual training days. So let's say 15 or 16. So we had to go in February to a year-to-date brief. And that took up 8 of our days. So as a result, we wanted one of us to be there for half and the other to be there for the other half. So someone from command staff would be there at all times on the ground while our soldiers were there. So that's why he wasn't on the ground at that time.
Right, and in his absence, were you considered to be the highest ranking NCO officer?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do next?
We banged on the door some more and we couldn't get an answer one way or the other. I mean, there's nothing. There was no noise coming from inside. So at that point, made the decision to go down to I call it the gate guard shack, the guard shack. They have a master key.
But where the MPs are located?
Yes, ma'am. And then we came back up with that key and Master Sergeant Urick and I banged on the door, told him we were coming in. And then we opened the door.
And were you concerned at this time that he had weapons in his room?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that?
He likes his weapons. I mean, it's Maine. He's a hunter. I knew that much about him. He loves to hunt. And Erring on the side of caution, I mean, he's my responsibility, yes, but so are the people at Camp Smith. I mean,
As well as the cadets at West Point.
absolutely.
So your concern must have been that he had personal weapons, correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Because he wouldn't have had access to any military
No, ma'am.
weapons at this point. Are reserves allowed to take any Army weaponry off base?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Now, when you went into the room, what happened?
Went into the room, turned the light on. Master Sergeant Urick was on one side of the bed, I was on the other, just so we had eyes on both sides of that bed. He was completely covered up from head to toe, so that was concerning. Well, I mean, up to his neck.
With blankets?
Blankets, yes, ma'am. So that was concerning, so we wanted to be close in on both sides in case a weapon was drawn, that we could do whatever we had to, jump on him, whatever. And at that point, Master Sergeant Urick started talking to him and just explaining to him, we were checking on him to make sure he was okay, asking him to pull the covers down, which he did. There was nothing, no weapons. We checked the rest of the room, no weapons. And at that point, I was worried. The concern kind of dropped down because there was no weapons in his vicinity in the room that we could see. So there was a 12-pack of, I don't know, some sort of beer that had been opened. It was in his refrigerator. So I was thinking maybe he had had a couple of drinks and that was what made him start hearing voices again. Is not uncommon.
Well, I'm sorry, what isn't uncommon?
When people get intoxicated, when people drink a lot, you know, they exaggerate. It's been my experience in 24 years of law enforcement that people get intoxicated, they exaggerate, they start saying things that just don't make sense.
What in this case did you think he might have exaggerated?
Just the voices again. And I was wondering.
You didn't
maybe-
think, well, you knew that he had confronted
I did.
Sergeant Reed.
I did, but I didn't know of his level of intoxication. I had no way of knowing.
Did you ask any of those that had been with him earlier in the evening?
Yes. And they said
Did they say he was intoxicated?
sorry, they said that he had had a beer. But I didn't know how much he had had in the room or if he had brought something else with him.
So you were concerned that he was intoxicated when you entered the room?
That's correct. Master Sergeant Urick and I conferred on that, and that was one of our concerns.
Now, again, referring to your interview with Detectives Leonard and James, you said, I've been a cop for 24 years and hairs were going up on the back of my neck.
They were.
And what was causing the hairs to go up on the back of your neck?
That stare. That stare.
So what happened after you determined that there were no weapons in the room?
We tried to talk to Card. He wouldn't talk to us. He kept dismissing us, telling us leave him alone. He just wants to go to sleep. So again, to err on the side of caution, we took the keys to his car. We checked the room again to make sure there were no weapons in the room. And by that point, he had already rolled back over, pulled his covers up, and we decided to let him sleep it off. And to
what time-
revisit, I'm sorry,
What time is this?
this would have been around midnight by the time all was said and done.
Right, so you left his room?
Yes, ma'am. We took his rental car keys, so he wouldn't drive. If he was intoxicated, we took his rental car keys and we told him we'd be back in the morning. And we closed the door, made sure it was locked. And we made a plan to meet back at 07 the next morning. Well, would have been that morning. Me and Master Sergeant Urick.
So you went home for the rest of the evening
Yes, ma'am. all
and
back.
returned the next morning? And was there any discussion with Master Sergeant York before leaving for the evening?
We discussed getting back together at 7 in the morning to see if his attitude, his, I don't want to say psychosis, it's a word that I'm not allowed to use, I don't think, but his mental state had changed.
And what happened the next morning?
We went back again, you know, refusing to answer the door. Didn't want to let us in. Still going on about this people minding their own business, calling him names, leave him alone, go away. Again, that's a polite way of saying what he said. And he was still going on about the voices, calling him a pedophile and saying things about his anatomy and that sort of thing.
So what happened after you determined that his mental health status hadn't changed from the night before?
Reached out to the military police out on West Point, and it was advised that since Camp Smith was actually under the purview of the state, it's a National Guard base. So since that's under the purview of the state, we'd have to call the state police.
What would you have to call the state police about?
Because I wanted to have a check flow being done on him by them, because we're in their state, on their base, to maybe get Card to the hospital and get him checked.
Was your reason for contacting the New York State Police to have a well-being check prefatory to implementing their red flag law?
Correct.
And what happened?
Three state troopers showed up. One was in training, I think. So there were two in one car, one in one car. Maybe one was a sergeant. Everybody talked to them. We explained, Sergeant Noyes, Sergeant Wainwright, Sergeant Reed, myself, Master Sergeant Jandreau, and explained to them what was going on and what our concerns were. And we also gave a history going back to Maine and what I knew from that. So they go up, they bang on the door, state police, so Card did open the door. It didn't have, again, just in shorts. And then the state troopers went in and spoke with him.
Were you present when they spoke with him?
I let them speak with him. I was outside the door back where Sergeant Noyes was. In that area.
Did you hear the conversation between the New York State Police and Robert Card?
I did.
And what did you hear?
Well, I remember him talking about I think it was a random gas station in New York or Connecticut, and the clerk recognized him and called him a pedophile. And then the receptionist at the lodging on Camp Smith, same thing, had recognized him and called him a pedophile. He needs to mind her own business. I heard him saying something to that effect. So they spoke with him a few more minutes, and then finally they said, the people outside your command, the soldiers out there, they are worried about you. And I remember clear as day him saying, yeah, because they're afraid I'm going to do something. And then he said the words that I put in my statement, Saginaw County, I am capable. That was enough for me. At that moment, I decided he was going to the hospital one way or the other.
And did you hear him say when the state, I believe he said they're scared because I'm going to friggin' do something because I'm capable?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you hear the state police say to him, well, what do you mean by that?
I did.
And
I
his
did.
response was nothing?
Yes, ma'am.
But you determined at that point in time that you needed to seek a command-directed health evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that decision made in conjunction with conversation with Master Sergeant Urick?
And Captain Reamer. At this point, I was talking with Captain Reamer as
Right,
well.
so you,
No.
because you couldn't order that yourself, you had to have it done by Captain.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so at this point in time, if we refer back to DOD instruction 6490.04 and the criteria that mandate such a mental health evaluation. I take it was your opinion that Sergeant Card, by his actions or words, intended or was likely to cause serious injury to himself or others.
Yes, ma'am.
And what actions or words specifically were you focusing on when you decided you needed a command-directed mental health evaluation?
Basically, it was a totality of circumstances. I hate using that word so much, but it's how we gauge. It's how we build that wall. It's how we build that stairwell. And one thing by itself, not so much, but if you put together the paranoia, saying that that some random person in Connecticut or New York at a gas station is saying the exact same thing that a person at your job in Maine was saying. And then a clerk that you've never met before is saying the same things those are saying. That starts to make you question it. And then with respect to the escalation and escalating with a friend, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think they've been friends for 15 years.
He and Sergeant Reed?
Yes, ma'am. So now you've got an escalation with somebody who's been friends for a long time. And there's verification there that it really wasn't alcohol because we counted the bottles and there was still 10 bottles in that 12-pack left. So there only been 2 taken out of there, and that was not enough to cause, severe intoxication. And then that comment, I am capable. I am capable.
And the comment that he had made, on the way back from the beer run, I'll take care of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And was it your opinion at this time that Sergeant Card's intent to cause such injury was likely?
It was.
And based on the mental health training that you'd received as a law enforcement officer and through the Army, did you believe that Sergeant Card was suffering from a severe mental disorder at this time?
I did.
What?
I believed he was schizophrenia. But again, I mean, I'm not a doctor. This was just based on my training. This was the flag that popped for me.
Now, in your discussion with Captain Reamer, he agreed to order the command directed mental health evaluation?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what did he tell you he'd be doing?
Okay, so realizing the seriousness of the situation, he jumped right into uniform and jumped into his car and drove straight from his home, straight to New York, because he had to be there to sign it.
Now, after your conversation with Captain Reamer, what happened?
After the conversation with Captain Reamer, the state police told us they didn't have enough. We could take him, but they would just follow us.
Right, and when they told you they didn't have enough, can you be more specific?
I'm sorry, they didn't have enough to reach, I guess, their probable cause threshold for the state of New York in order to take Card to the hospital for an evaluation.
And what was lacking to meet their probable cause standard?
Frankly, I don't know. I knew that I had to do something, and once they tell me they're not gonna do anything, I needed to start making plans. So I dismissed myself from them and went back to Sergeant Urick, and we made a plan.
And so you then got in a car with Sergeant Reed, Master Sergeant Urick, and Sergeant Noyes?
No, ma'am, it was Staff Sergeant Reed, Staff Sergeant Noyes, and then Card was in it was a 3-row seating. So we put Card in the way back just in case he tried to run on the way there.
And the New York State Police escorted you to Keller Hospital?
They followed us.
And did you request that they follow you, or did they volunteer to follow you? Did you feel the necessity for a police escort?
I felt it'd be nice to have him there just in case he took off running. Or if he caused a ruckus in the car.
And on the way to the hospital, I believe we've heard Sergeant Noyes say that there was no conversation, but that Sergeant Card cried. Is that your
I
recollection?
didn't hear that. I know there was no conversation. But
What-
they were sitting closer to him.
And what happened when you arrived at Keller Hospital?
We escorted him inside. I went and explained to the staff why I was there and what was going on, and then informed them that, the commander was on his way down, but he wasn't there yet. So they had us wait in the waiting area until they got stuff squared away.
Did you speak with anybody other than the admitting folks?
At that time, no, ma'am.
So what did you do after you spoke to the admissions people at the hospital?
They told us it'd be a few minutes and to just keep him over in the, little waiting area there in the emergency room. And you forgive me, I'm trying not to get emotional at this point.
Certainly.
Um, I told him that he was there because we were concerned about him. He needed help. And I came right out and said, you have to have some rational part in your mind that knows that these voices are not real. Because the voices you're saying are coming from these random people all up and down the East Coast who know each other. I said, you have to know that this isn't real.
What did he say?
He never said a word. He stared right straight from me. He never even.
So, at some point, did you speak with, a captain at Keller?
That was after Captain Reamer arrived. I believe the captain was a psychologist who came in. It was a Sunday, so he came in.
And his purpose was, he was going to be performing the mental health evaluation?
He was, yes.
And how long did you sit with, Sergeant Card in the hospital?
Well, we took turns. I mean, we were there for hours. I mean, we stayed there until he was actually in the ambulance being transported to Four Winds.
How long were you with him before, the captain arrived? Not Captain Reamer, the captain in Keller.
Oh. I'd say 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours.
And at what point did Captain Reamer arrive?
About 3 hours.
So what did, the conversation with the Keller captain include?
I only got he spoke directly with Captain Reamer. I was there with him, but he came out and he said, yes, he needs further treatment. And they were going to be facilitating that at a civilian hospital.
So you learned that he was going to have to be transferred to Four Winds, was that the hospital, the civilian hospital? Right, now after Captain Reamer arrived and you learned that Sergeant Card was going to be transferred to Four Winds, what did you do?
What we did was we spoke with the guys and we had one person in there with him at any given time and we kept switching them out. I didn't want him running out of the hospital and I wanted him to be secure there, especially since they had said that he was going to be going to a different hospital for further care. Sometimes when people hear that, they may not want to go, so they may run. So we had, I won't say posted a guard, but we had people go in and sit with him and make sure that he didn't leave.
Did you learn at some point that following the mental health evaluation that Sergeant Card had been determined not to be psychologically fit for duty?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Did you know that he was determined not to be able to carry and fire a weapon?
No, ma'am.
But you did learn that he was being transferred to Four Winds to be further assessed and evaluated.
Yes.
Right, at some point, did Captain Reamer return to New Hampshire?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
I think that evening.
So he drove down and back in the same day? And after he left to go back to New Hampshire and Sergeant Card had been transferred to Four Winds, what did you do?
So the next day, I called Four Winds to do a follow-up to see, if I could find out how things were going. And I was told, no, they wouldn't tell me anything. And so then I said, well, can I get some information to pass on to my command, who's his doctor or whatever? So they gave me I forget the terms. One of them was his doctor's name and the other was a treatment specialist. And then their phone numbers and their extensions, plus the address to Four Winds. So I asked again if I could visit and they said no. And then I said, well, is there anything he needs? And so they said, yeah, he needs a hearing aid charger, some jeans and another pair of sneakers. I said, okay, I'll have those brought over.
And that was when you directed Sergeant Noyes to go into his room and clear it out?
No, that was with Master Sergeant Urich. that wasn't me. That was my sergeant that was there with them at that place.
What did you do with the names and telephone numbers that you received?
I sent those to Captain Reamer, Sergeant Major Tlumac. Just so both battalion and our company knew who the treating specialist and doctor was. And the address.
And did you take any further action with respect to Sergeant Card?
No, because they wouldn't tell me. I did call back again one more time and they're like, they will not discuss his treatment.
Did you remain at West Point and continue on with the planned training?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And at some point you returned to Maine.
Yes, ma'am, I can't remember the exact date. It's, Captain Reamer arrived and we had a day transition. Basically, a handover. This is what we're doing. This is how many troops we've trained. This is who's on what position on the ranges, and this is how things are going, that sort of thing. A good handout. And then the next day on.
So you eventually learned that Sergeant Card had been discharged from Four Winds Hospital on October 3rd. Is that correct?
Captain Reamer called.
August.
Sorry. Captain Reamer did call me and said that he'd gotten a call from Hodgson saying he was headed down to pick him up. But the hospital never told anybody.
And this was the first you'd learned about his release date.
It was.
Did you learn that following his release, the Army directed that while on military duty, he should not have a weapon, handle any ammunition, or participate in live fire activity?
I did, yes.
When did you learn that?
Captain Reamer advised me of that.
Mhm.
It was probably a week later.
Did you learn from Captain Reamer or any other source anything about Mr. Card's treatment while at Four Winds?
No, ma'am.
Did Captain Reamer discuss with you a conversation he had with the captain at Keller on July 27th?
No, ma'am.
Did he?
No, not that I recall.
So you don't recall his telling you that the recommendation was to make sure that steps were taken to remove weapons from Card's home to ensure safety?
No, ma'am. I don't remember that right.
Did he ever show you a copy of Card's DA 3822, the report of mental status evaluation?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever discuss it with you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you that it had been recommended that Card's chain of command stay engaged with his care and that once discharged to his HOR's home,
Yeah.
Maine, that he be followed up with case management and brigade medical officer?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you that it had been recommended that command and the resource management office initiated a medical evaluation board process?
No, ma'am. That wouldn't necessarily been.
Are you familiar with a medical evaluation board process?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a process that's undertaken within the Army Reserves to determine someone's continued fitness for duty?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Captain Reamer ever tell you that it was recommended that measures be taken to safely remove all firearms and weapons from Sergeant Card's HOR?
No, ma'am.
Between August 3rd, his release from Four Winds, and September 15th, did you see Sergeant Card again?
No.
Did you talk to him?
No, ma'am. He wouldn't. He wouldn't answer my phone. He wouldn't answer my phone.
So how many times did you call him when he wouldn't answer the phone?
3. Yes.
And what was your purpose in calling?
Wanted to check on him.
Did anybody direct you to do this, or did you do this in your capacity as a supervisor?
I did this in my capacity as a supervisor and also as a fellow soldier.
So in August, there was no drill, is that correct?
That's correct.
So between August 3rd and September 15th, were you involved or informed about Sergeant Card's post-discharge care?
No, ma'am.
Were you asked to initiate a medical evaluation process or do anything regarding his continued fitness for duty?
No,
And did you take any steps to explore removing firearms and weapons from his home?
no, ma'am.
Directing your attention to Friday, September 15th. On that date, did you receive a text from Staff Sergeant Hodgson at 2:04 in the morning?
A text did come in that time. Yes, ma'am.
And when was the first time that you saw this text?
It was later that morning. I believe 7:17, I glanced at it, I think.
All right, and looking at document 2, this is the text that you received, is this correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that text says, "You up, I have something to report. Change the passcode to the unit gate and be armed as FSC card does arrive. Please. I believe he's messed up in the head and threatened the unit other places. I love to death, but I do not know how to help him, and he refuses to get help or to continue help. I'm afraid he's going to expletive up his life from hearing things he thinks he heard. When I dropped him off, he was concerned his weapons were still in the car. I believe they were at the unit, and no one searched his vehicle on federal property. And yes, he still has all of his weapons. I'm not there. I'm at my own place. I believe he's going to snap and do a mass shooting."
Yes, ma'am.
What was your reaction when you read that text?
So I worked the night before, till about midnight, so I didn't even know that came in at that time. And it wasn't until later on that I had seen it. As soon as I saw it, I contacted Captain Reamer. And we discussed it, and I said, we need to get Saginaw County to go down and do a well-being check to gauge his mental status.
So you were concerned,
Absolutely.
and you knew that following his, at this point, that following his discharge, the Army had directed that he not have access to any weapons, handle any ammunition, or participate in any live fire activity.
Correct, military weapons. Yes.
Was drill scheduled for that weekend?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Now, did you contact Staff Sergeant Hodgson?
I did.
And what did you learn in addition to what he reported in his text message?
They had gotten into an argument, fight in the
They
car.
meaning he
I'm
and
sorry, he and Sergeant Card, yes, ma'am. They were in the car coming back from, I think it was a casino, I can't remember. And Hodgson was telling him that you know those voices aren't real, something to that effect. And that made Card angry, and I guess he punched Sergeant Hodgson. Hodgson got mad, told him, "Stop the car, let me out." He got out, Card drove on, and then Hodgson, that was about the time he sent that text message to us.
Now, you wrote a narrative about your text message and your conversation with Sergeant Hodgson, and that's document 3 that you have in front of you.
Yes.
So in this, you say they, meaning Hodgson and Card, were driving home from the casino when Card started talking about people calling him a pedophile again. When Hodgson told him to knock it off because he was going to get in trouble, talking about shooting up people in places, Card punched him. Hodgson was able to get out of the car and made his own way home. According to Hodgson, Card said he has guns and is going to shoot up the drill center at Saco and other places. He also said he was going to get them. Since the commander and I are the ones who had him committed, we are the them. He also said I was the reason he can't buy guns anymore because of the commitment. Hodgson is concerned that Card is going to snap and commit a mass shooting. Am I accurately reading from your?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find Sergeant Hodgson's accounting of Card's actions and stated intent credible at this time?
Based on the information I had and everything that had come before, yes.
Because what you learned from Sergeant Hodgson was consistent with what caused you to recommend that he receive a command ordered mental health evaluation in July. Is that right?
Yes.
So in July, Sergeant Card's behavior had caused the hairs go up on the back of your neck. Did this information, as a law enforcement officer with 24 years of experience, cause the hairs on the back of your neck to go up?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on what Sergeant Hodgson told you, did you believe that Sergeant Card continued to suffer from mental health illness?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you believe that the issues which had led you to recommend that he receive a command directed mental health evaluation and a 2-week hospitalization at Four Winds were continuing?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you've testified this morning that you yourself had sought a yellow flag law. I believe that was 8 days prior to this. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
On September 7th. So based on what you have learned from Sergeant Hodgson, based on all that you knew about the case up until this point, and based on your training and experience as a 24-year law enforcement officer, did you think that there was probable cause to take Sergeant Card into protective custody and seek a yellow flag law?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
That's why this document 3, that's why this is so lengthy. So I basically wrote a probable cause statement as my written statement to be sent to Saginaw County for the check well-being. I wanted them to have all the information that I had and so that they knew the entire history, so that they could see the progression of it. So that's why I say that.
So after speaking with Staff Sergeant Hodgson, you then contacted Major Tlumac.
Sergeant Major Tlumac.
Tlumac, yes. These names are causing me.
That's all right.
And what was that conversation, as you recall?
Oh, so basically I just told him what had been, I sent him a text containing the text that I got from Hodgson and just explained to him, this is where we're at. This is kind of a continuation of events from West Point, and that I believe that we need to take this as credible threat, and he agreed as well.
Is this before or after you spoke with Captain Reamer?
After, I believe, because I had also reached out to Sergeant Major at the battalion level.
And you did speak with Captain Reamer, and what was that discussion?
We discussed it, and he asked me to go ahead and request a check will be on card.
And in this conversation with Sergeant Reamer, was there any discussion of Staff Sergeant Hodgson's credibility?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, so to qualify that, this text came in at 2:04 in the morning. Staff Sergeant Hodgson, he drives a truck overnight, so he sleeps during the day, and he'll call us at random times during the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, it's very irritating to my wife. But
You too,
just,
I would imagine.
well, yes, but that's the job as a first sergeant, and I have to make myself available to my soldier. And so, you know, and sometimes it's just a vent or whatnot. So you never really know what he's going to call you to talk about, even though you answer the phone.
Well, what does that have to do with his credibility?
Nothing. It's just the fact that sometimes he calls about off the wall stuff and chit chats, just a vent.
But you found these
I
threats credible.
did.
All right. So I believe Captain Reamer has said that you had a discussion about Hodgson's history and the fact that these allegations were reported by him at 2:00 in the morning. Do you recall having that discussion?
I do.
And what was it about that you discussed about Hodgson's history?
Sergeant Hodgson drinks a lot. Not working. And sometimes he calls and he's intoxicated. And that coupled with the fact that, you know, it comes in at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, you have to, what is that old saying? Take it with a grain of salt sometimes. But my belief was that this was a credible threat and that he was not only capable of carrying out this threat, that he conveyed it to Hodgson. And it's in line with everything else that had happened since July.
Now, in this conversation with Captain Reamer, did you, I apologize.
But all right, I was worried it was me.
We were in court, that would get her thrown out.
That's right.
Fortunately, we're not in court.
Yes, it is very. And thankfully, you don't have a purse that you have to paw through every time your phone rings.
In our first hearing, I did that. I had my phone go up back here.
So in this conversation that you had with Captain Reamer, was there any discussion about the yellow flag law?
No, ma'am.
You had no discussion,
That I could remember, no, ma'am.
right? But at this point, you believe that there was probable cause to implement the yellow flag law,
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
but you didn't discuss that with Captain Reamer?
I don't believe so. I don't remember. I think we talked about that.
And the decision was made by Captain Reamer to ask the Saginaw County Sheriff's Office to conduct a well-being check on Sergeant Card at his residence to gauge his mental health and determine if he was a threat to himself or others. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But did you believe that a well-being check had to be done prior to seeking a yellow flag order, or based on what you had as reported by Sergeant Hodgson at this time, that there was enough to take him into protective custody?
So I believe there was, but the thing is that the deputies have to do a face-to-face with him to build their own probable cause. I mean, they can take my word for it, but they're still gonna have to have that face-to-face to make sure that they have the probable cause to take him in for that evaluation.
But you didn't say to Captain Reamer, if I'm understanding your testimony, we'll do this preliminary to obtaining a seeking or asking them to get a yellow flag.
If I may, we did not have any authority to do a yellow flag law.
I understand that, but you could have had that discussion or made that request of Saginaw County, could you?
Yes, correct.
But that wasn't part of your discussion with Captain Reamer.
I don't believe so.
All right. After you spoke with Captain Reamer, you spoke with Deputy Chief Troy Beers of the Ellsworth Police Department.
Yes,
And who is he?
he's my immediate supervisor.
He's your one.
He's my immediate supervisor. He's the deputy chief of the Ellsworth Police.
What did you tell him?
Basically, I explained to him what was going on. Just I don't know, just a thumbnail of this. And he suggested, I was on duty, but since it had to do with the military, he suggested I go through Detective Corey Bagley and have the request, get him this written statement, give it to him to have him contact Saginaw to do a check well-being on the card.
Right. And why didn't Captain Reamer make that request himself?
He's in New Hampshire and I'm in Maine. So this made it easier. I mean, he's gonna know, you know, the law enforcement community in Maine is very small. So a lot of people know a lot of people from the region. We train together, we work together at some point. We've been to trainings together, schools. I don't know. I think it's just more convenient, quite frankly, to have us do it.
So you spoke with Detective Bagley,
Correct.
and what did you tell him?
I told him this, and again, I gave him the thumbnail card, New York. that sort of thing. And then what the text message I received was, he said to write a statement up for it. He would do a card and, sorry, he would pull a complaint card, a numbered card that we use for our complaints. And then he would contact Saginaw County and request the check will be.
So, are you aware or did you request that Detective Bagley open an investigation into Sergeant Carr?
No,
Have you read his report in this matter?
I have not.
His report recounts that he opened an investigation into threats made towards Corporal Kelvin Mote and Saco National Guard Training Center, which has been confused with the Army Reserve Base,
Correct.
by card, part of Mote's Guard unit. Were you aware that he opened an investigation into threats made against you?
I know that so anytime you pull a complaint, that's basically opening an investigation, whether it's a dog complaint, barking dog, whatever, that's opening an investigation. Because you're actually going and investigating to see if something actually happened. So, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So your department took these charges seriously as you did.
They did.
Did you discuss the possibility with Detective Bagley of looking into terrorizing charges being brought against Sergeant Card?
All that, no, I mean,
But you did perceive his remarks to be a threat against you,
against us, yes.
being you and Captain Reamer.
Yes, ma'am.
But there was no consideration on your part of seeking terrorizing charges as a victim of this threat?
No, ma'am.
Now, in document 3, your narrative, you said, to my knowledge, he has not sought, meaning Sergeant Card, any more treatment since being released. What was your basis for believing that he hadn't sought treatment since his release?
Sergeant Hodgson had told me that, he wasn't taking his meds, and Sergeant Hodgson and I have had many conversations, and he, one of those was about Card not taking his meds and stuff, not following up on his treatment program. And this was, maybe a day or so before this happened.
And you go on to say, I would rather err on the side of caution with regards to Card, since he is a capable marksman, and if he should set his mind to carry out the threats made to Hodgson, he would be able to do it. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? What did you mean when you said you'd rather err on the side of caution with respect to Card?
Let me find that, Brad, what was the sentence
Very
right
last
before that? Okay, there we go. Erring on the side of caution basically is urging them to get there as quick as they can and get this evaluation or get this face to face. Erring on the side of caution, in my mind, is when it's a little bit more than just caution.
All right, so it was more urgent.
Urgent, yes, but I didn't.
So it isn't to reflect that you had any reservations about the gravity of what you learned.
No.
Now, there's nothing in your narrative that was being sent to the Saco County Sheriff's Office about the Army directing that while on duty, Sergeant Card not have access to weapons, is there?
No.
And why did you not include that?
Once I bumped that up to battalion level, I can't remember if it was Master Sergeant Urich, and I can't speak for them, who contacted Saco or not. I know they did get a heads up. I'm sorry, I know they were notified, but I don't know who did it.
You know that Saginaw County Sheriff's Office was notified of the Army's weapon restriction?
Oh, I'm sorry, you said Saco, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Saginaw.
I do not know that they had that.
Did you feel that that was important information that be provided to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it would have been.
And why did you not provide it?
It did not come up when this threat was levied. Honestly, I didn't think to tell them about it.
All right. Did you tell Deputy Chief Beers about the Army's weapon restrictions?
No, ma'am.
Did Detective Bagley tell you about his conversations with Sergeant Schofield on September 15th?
Briefly.
Right. Did he tell you that Sergeant Schofield had been to